Security, therefore, is not measured only by the strength of our institutions, but also by the hope we give our young people, the inclusion we extend to vulnerable communities, and the trust we build between citizens and public institutions. I wish to commend the government of Ghana and our security agencies for their continued vigilance and commitment to protecting our nation. Equally, I acknowledge the invaluable contribution of our development partners, faith communities, and civil society organizations, whose efforts continue to strengthen social cohesion and promote peaceful coexistence. My hope is that today's discussions will move beyond analysis to practical recommendations that reinforce Ghana's preparedness while preserving values that define us as a peaceful and united people. Let us listen attentively, therefore, engage respectfully, and work together with the conviction that preventing conflict is always better than responding to it. I thank each of you for accepting our invitation, for your commitment to this important national conversation. I blend my voice with that of my sister to welcome our brothers and sisters from the francophone zone. Aux amis qui sont venus de la zone francophone, je vous souhaite la bienvenue cordiale à ce forum. Votre présence est une démonstration de votre détermination à rechercher, à soutenir, à retenir et à maintenir la paix dans le territoire Sahel. It is now my privilege to declare the SPI National Forum on Spillover Risks from the Sahel, Assessing Ghana's Security Preparedness and Early Warning Systems officially open. May God Almighty guide our deliberations, bless our beloved nation, Ghana, and grant lasting peace to our sub-region. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Willkommen. Shukran.
The round of applause could be better. Your Grace, we are indeed grateful. Thank you for those warm words of welcome, and especially the French as well. Well, before we proceed, I look forward to the keynote address, and you would know why. Major General Timothy Batabana will be giving us the keynote address, and you heard Your Grace say preventing conflict is better than responding to it, and he's the best person to let us know why. But before we proceed, it is important that we familiarize ourselves with the relevant health and safety protocols or arrangements for today's program, and I'd like to invite Roberta Asiedu. She's head of nursing and midwifery at the Catholic Health Services Trust, I should say, to give us what we should know when it comes to our health protocols in place. You should give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much, MFA. Your Excellencies, I'd like to share with you one of the services the church provides in Ghana. We have over 100 health institutions scattered around the country, and then 11 health training institutions. As you are here, we are thinking about your health needs. So when you step out, just on my left, we have set out a table for you. We know you take good care of everybody, but we hardly make time for our own selves. So whilst you are here, just take the opportunity and pass by for at least your BPs and sugars to be checked for you. If there is any need for us to give you a higher service, we have made arrangements for that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roberta Estiedu. She's head of nursing and midwifery for the Catholic Health Services Trust. We are indeed grateful for the arrangement you put in place for today. Please take advantage of it and check yourselves. It's very, very important. And in our midst today, I have mentioned that we have civil society organizations, head of security agencies, religious heads, among several others. But may I invite Richard N. Akurugu, SPI National Coordinator and Executive Director, Caritas Ghana, to tell us who, and especially who is sitting by you. You may not know, but he will tell you. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, MFA. I want to, for the sake of time, adopt the protocols established by His Grace. So I will mention the names and recognize you as I have them here. In due time, if other names come to me, we will do same. So to start with, our host bishop, who is the Episcopal Chair for Governance, Justice and Peace Directorate, representing the Ghana Catholic Bishops Conference, who has just welcomed us in the person of Most Reverend Gabriel Justice Yao Anoche. He's also the Metropolitan Archbishop of Kumasi. Then we have Most Reverend Antonina Asare, Auxiliary Bishop of Accra. We have a delegation from the regional office of SPI in Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou. Leading the delegation is Reverend Father Herman Ouadrago, who is the Secretary General of SPI. We have Dr. Hilaire Sampebego, the Regional Coordinator of SPI. Then we have Mr. Nassis Some. He is in charge of advocacy and resource mobilization. We have Major General Dr. Timothy Batabana, our keynote speaker, and also the director for the National Fusion Center for Counterterrorism. We have Ms. Anna Lina Sabroso-Wasafo, Country Director, Conrad Adinua Stiff Tank. We have Paul Macaulay, U.S. Embassy, Accra. We have Sister Lucy Hometewu. Sorry. Please let me apologize ahead of any accidents that may happen. We have Brigadier General Kisi Retired from the Human Security Council. We have Lieutenant Osei Marcus Asare, Ghana Armed Forces. Major General Stephen Pabi, Ghana Armed Forces. We have Honorable Francis Poku, former Interior Minister, in our midst. Okay. We have Mr. Vitus Mensah, OFM. Oh, sorry, Father. the handwriting. So we have Father Henry Aholo. He's the president of the Archdiocesan Priest Association of Accra. As I mentioned, as and when the Secretariat puts together the other list, we will come back and acknowledge you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we need to take Mr. Akurugu to the military to always introduce the Major Generals first before any other. So please, apologies on his behalf. Thank you so much. At this point, we would like to take a message from the SPI Regional Office. And I'd like to welcome on stage the Secretary General, SPI Regional Coordination Office in Burkina Faso, all the way, Reverend Father Herman Odrago. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up.
Good morning, all of you. The woman who spoke first tried it in French. I'll try more in English, but I beg your pardon because my English is primary school English. Excellencies, Reverend Fathers, distinguished general officers, distinguished representatives of state institutions, of our technical financial partners, of civil society, and the academic community. Dear brothers and sisters, members of the Great Sahel Peace Initiative family, it's with a deep sense of gratitude and fraternity that I address you on behalf of the SPI Regional Coordination Office on the occasion of this National Forum of Ghana. Allow me, first of all, to recall the journey traveled by our organization. Since its creation, SPI has continually drawn valuable lessons from its work on the ground across our 5 members countries. The importance of interreligious dialogue as a bulwark against radicalization, the need to anchor our interventions in community realities, and the conviction reinforced every day that lasting peace is built first through trust between peoples and their institutions. We have only just come from the Bamako Regional Forum, where an urgent call for peace in the Sahel and across our entire West African sub-region was issued, and I wish to commend with particular gratitude the efforts made by all stakeholders under the leadership of Bishop Gabriel Justice, which made it possible to hold only yesterday, on 22 July, a round table dedicated to contextualizing and operationalizing the Bamako Call in Ghana. Excellence, merci. On m'a dit que même si je prenais la parole en français, vous me corrigeriez. Merci pour les efforts consentis et merci pour ce que vous ferez encore pour le SPI, pour qu'advienne la paix dans nos pays et que se renforce la fraternité dans nos frontières. This is concrete proof that our commitments do not remain mere words, but are translated into action. I warmly congratulate all SPI Ghana stakeholders for the tireless efforts made at every level to build peace and coexistence, not only within Ghanaian communities, but also across our sub-region. I told to Father Henry that everything is nice in Ghana. Everything is beautiful in Ghana. And I invite you to clap your hands for Ghana. Ghana, as full member of our 5 countries, is truly a blessing for SPI. Our differences in practical, cultural, and linguistic realities are not an obstacle. They are a richness and a diversity that strengthen our organization. I say this with conviction. If Ghana were not part of SPI, everything would have had to be done to bring it in. Thank you to Ghana, which opened its door to refugees from the Sahel and which works tirelessly for the return of peace and for peaceful coexistence in our region. May this forum be a fruitful moment of exchange, and may God bless you, and may His peace always be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father. Merci beaucoup. Merci. At this point, he has set the tone for our keynote address for today. Our keynote speaker is a Ghanaian Infantry Corps officer, security expert and educator, a lecturer of international relations, one time at the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College. I don't know if he's still there because he taught me once. He's an alternative dispute resolution advocate and practitioner. He currently serves as the director of the National Counterterrorism Fusion Center and director of operations at the Ministry of National Security. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to invite upstage Major General Timothy Batabana, Doctor, I should add. Please, a round of applause for him.
For we the sworn sinners, we will always need grace. And when Father Herman was coming, his grace blessed him. And somehow, I think I also merit it more. Standing here will not be. I think when I stand here, it will be better. I don't want to cheat too much, Nisha. If I stand up there, I think I look too tall. So, good morning to us all. The chair, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We started meeting since yesterday over this topic or over this subject matter of terrorism in the sub-region and how our country, Ghana, is preparing herself or is living with a threat. So today we're going to go on a few more details and to see how we end up soliciting recommendations from everybody present to make our country safer than she was this morning. So when you see the counterterrorism fusion officers around, they are here with their ears cocked to listen to every single utterance that will be made by any of you to contribute to the modification, the country's strategy for counterterrorism is undergoing and how that can impact not only on the 5 other SPI interested countries, but the sub-region as a whole. Because as we keep saying, Ghana's peace is sub-regional peace, and sub-regional peace is Ghana's peace. We don't just say it. No, we have evidence to prove it. We have said many a time that you cannot export what you don't have at home. So if we will continue to export a bit of our security services to other countries, then we must necessarily work to have it in sufficient quantities for the benefit of our citizens. And that is one of the things that keeps the National Security Coordinator, under whom I serve, awake on a daily basis. So thank you for giving us this opportunity to share a few ideas with you. Thanks for giving us another opportunity to listen to you and to take a few more recommendations from you. Sheikh Arim Yao has always been with us. As for Father Kweku and the rest, the least said the better. I think I can still see CDD rep. So all of you have contributed in diverse ways, and we appreciate it all. So this morning we're saying thank you, and thank you to our development partners as well, CAS, and everybody else who is here. Moderator, stop me when you think I should stop. As you mentioned, I'm a teacher, and at times we want to talk too much, but I'll try to respect the 40 minutes given me. Can I have the next slide? So we really have a jinx. Everybody is talking about the spillover. Where is it? Was it contained somewhere in the first place to begin spilling over? Was it ever contained in the Sahel to begin spilling over? In actual fact, in today's terms, those in geography will tell us where is really the limits of the Sahel when northern Ghana has become almost a desert. So Mandela once spoke to us, and I think this is in sync with the values and objectives of the SPI, and therefore I decided to quote it. I'll leave you 1 minute to look at it. But basically he's saying that none of us was born to hate the other. And remember, the terrorists and violent extremists were also born by ladies, just like you and I. If it holds true that none was born to hate the other, then it also holds true that the terrorist was also born to become a terrorist or to hate us. He talks about the enduring value of love. That's what he ends with, saying that the goodness in humans is enduring and cannot be dimmed by that of hatred. What he didn't add is that we must deliberately work at ensuring that goodness in humans remains enduring and really never get overtaken by hatred. Next slide. So for violent extremism and terrorism, you know, it's we're not going to waste much time on that. It's a product of a mix of issues, from ideology through organized crime, pure insurgency, and then the like. We have a multiplicity of groups in the West African sub-region or the African continent. We'll look at a few of them shortly, that are all having a bit of interest or playing out in that wide spectrum. Next slide. It still gets manifested in we living in fear. Fear of our very existence. Fear of our lives. Fear that we cannot meet our routine. As a result, we have the strong men coming back in some parts of the West African sub-region. I mean, the coup leaders have come back thinking they can do better than the elected leaders. That is one of the manifestations of the threat of violent extremism and terrorism we have had. It, of course, feeds on the chronic conflicts, insecurity, persistent insecurity, or unending insecurities and insurgencies that we have had, resulting in humanitarian catastrophes. And as Father did mention, the issue of large numbers of refugees and internally displaced persons is certainly affecting poverty levels. If people were already poor because they couldn't till their lands and get whatever was required, now they cannot even do the little that they were doing before. So certainly poverty levels are rising. We often say the endemic poverty we have is one of the causes or one of the push factors for the existence or survival of terror. then if those levels are rising, then certainly that is a cause to worry. Then poor human capital development. And this is very serious. Let's take a moment and think about it. For the countries that are going through the intense part of terror, education or human capital development has been negatively affected. Their specialist needs. If you stop training doctors today, yes, you'll still be okay for the next 7 years. But in the next 15 years, when all would have retired, or when most would have retired, in the next 20 years, when you don't have engineers to work on your roads, then the burden will be borne by those countries that seemingly are stable. The specter of terror has given us. Well, for human security, you can't talk about human security without talking about the health delivery services. For instance, if you take Ghana, we do not have a Ghana health service. Our health service is West African Health Service. Many of our neighbors, a good number within the sub-region, turn to Ghana for health services. I know those of you who can afford, you go to other countries, and many more flock here for specialist services when it comes to health issues. But as I mentioned, linked closely to human capital development, what will be the burden Ghana will have to bear in the next 15 years on the health sector? Exponentially, if you look at it that way, it gives you cause to think and reflect a bit deeply. Next slide, please. All right, so we'll just take a glimpse at the continent. We go through a few reflections and end up with a few issues Ghana has handled. Next slide. Ghana has handled so far. On the continent, we just to remind ourselves that we have had 3 distinct stages of the 2010 when we had the localized and fragmented presence of terror. They were, virtually prodding us around, and then we thought that all was fine. There has been an earlier presence. Remember that in 1998, we had the Arusha, Nairobi bombings. That were also terrorist activities. But in talking about the categorizations, we normally would have these 3. The second phase within 2011 to 2015, when we had the expansionist moves of the terrorist activities around the Sahel, and then of course, as people would always put it, creeping towards the coastal state. And then we are in the 3rd phase now, where we have a dispersed but much coordinated network working not just at physical security, but also touching the economies of the countries in the West African sub-region. A country is not strong merely because it has a strong army. No. That is a fallacy. A country is strong when the state sources of power that include its diplomatic network, including its economy, can be relied upon. Next slide. All that has been said about terror over the period, is it that the developmental partners like CAS, CDD, and other CSOs, where's WASI? Is that they just want to deceive us and then get donors to give them more money? Is SPI really necessary? Is it an exaggeration for the episcopal chair and then Father Kweku to get a bit of attention? I've not mentioned our brother Father Herman. Is it? Or was it really very necessary? Let's go ahead. All right. So these are some statistics for us to play with between 2015 and 2025. A period of 10 years. Within this period of 10 years, we had a total of 99,000 deaths. A product of a little over 23,000 attacks. So almost 24,000 attacks, resulting in more than 100,000 deaths, or about 100,000 deaths. So on the average, on a daily basis like this today, we expect that we'll be losing we'll be having some 6 attacks within the sub-region, and 25 lives most likely will be lost. And this should be disturbing. So if you look at this and you are not worried, and you still describe it as an exaggeration, then maybe there's something that needs to be looked at. Because we're talking about human lives. We're not talking about, with all respect, animal lives. We're not talking about theoretical things. We're talking about verified data. Next slide. So West Africa has been the epicenter, and then the statistics point to that. Of course, we have other blocks who also suffer a bit from it, but of course, we are the leaders when it comes to almost everything that is bad. Somehow has some reflection in West Africa, and for now, we are the leaders. Next slide. Next slide, please. Everybody gets to suffer, whether kids, whether children, whether adults, whether security personnel, or whether NGOs and civilians. So this are the statistics we have. A good number of civilians get killed because for obvious reasons, because of the level of vulnerability that they have. But the military and the other security services are not spared either. And as I mentioned, the other IOs, the international organizations, also get killed as well. Next slide. All right, this is just an extrapolation of the other statistics we have there. The highest we recorded in terms of deaths since 2015 was in 2025, when we got close to 22,000 deaths. Next slide. So as we speak in 2026, has the situation improved? We have wished that after losing so many in the last decade, we should be recording an improvement. We have wished that after so many fora that Honorable Francis Poku and Co have organized over the period, that the situation should have been better. That the investment made by CAS and other CSOs, that our situation today should be better. Sadly, it isn't the case. As of last month, we had recorded just a little over 8,000 lives lost, product of some 2,000 attacks within the South region. So the first half of 2026, we had an increase of about 14% in fatalities. So our immediate concern is not preventing the large casualties, but also preventing the continued spread and normalization of the persistence of terrorist activity. And pay heed to the word normalization in the assessment down there. Mosquito attacks, we just consider them normal in our subconsciousness and in our reality. We know malaria kills us so much, in Ghana especially. It's the leading cause of death. Or has it changed, MFA? No, the medical spook. What is the leading cause of death in Ghana? It's certainly not, it's no more COVID. It's not COVID anyway. I think the leading cause of death still remains malaria. So, but yet, when mosquitoes bite us, we have normalized it in our subconsciousness. We take it that, oh, it's not a problem. In some conflict areas, both in Ghana and outside Ghana, the noise of an AK-47 has been normalized. They hear it, they don't panic. In some of the countries that are going through extreme forms of terror, saying terrorists are coming has become normal. And that is the danger. If we accept the normalization of this threat, then we accepting our own death sentence. Next slide. A little on West Africa, not very much different from what we have in the... Yeah, so we have quite a bit of activities on the front of the terrorist armed groups. They have become highly sophisticated. They have learned to collaborate and therefore unleash coordinated attacks against their common enemy, which is normally the orthodox state or the central authority that we have around. Yes, they still are a bit distinct. You have Jenim, you have ISWAP, and all those things in existence. But they are no longer rudimentary. They are no longer basic. They have added knowledge to what they do. They don't just act. They plan what they do. They rehearse them. They coordinate using technology. And they execute with success what they intend to do. So you take them for granted at your own peril. Next slide. So what is sustaining their presence? What is sustaining what they do? Quite a lot. It's not exhaustive. But key to all that they do is their will and their focus. They have virtually selected and they are doing everything to maintain their aim, as Brigadier Kusi and his people did when they were serving. So they're using technology, AI. They have a knack for exploiting our deep-seated vulnerabilities. And they have, of course, the smartness of financing their activities. Finance or funds serve as the oxygen for their movement. If you're able to take the financing from them completely, then in that case you would have disabled their mobility strength. And that is one of the places they are smartest. Then, of course, we also have in our sub-region a lot of issues from leadership through to understanding each other. And that certainly provides a bit of fodder for their activities. An aspect for them to be able to exploit as well. Next slide. We have some challenges that are enduring. They are enduring because they are not going away anytime soon. This, again, is not exhaustive. But these are some of the challenges we face across borders. We have a population of about 440 million living in the West African sub-region. And they aren't very easy to lead. The challenges we face gets compounded on a daily basis by climate-induced challenges, our water bodies that keep drying up, and then the issue of understanding each other's ideologies and accepting them and accommodating them. And of course, as our systems themselves are largely structured in a way that make them reactive. Unfortunately, that is the lot of many of the 14 countries we have on the West African sub-region. Working at proactiveness is often a lip service. And this challenge is not going away anytime soon. They can get mitigated they can get reduced. But we need to necessarily work at it. Then corruption and abuse of anti-terror laws. You know, the leadership of various countries have their different temperaments. Some of the constraining laws that you have that can make life difficult for individuals are the anti-terror laws of our countries. They can easily be abused by political leadership against political opponents. And there's evidence to prove this. Fighting terror itself also gives room for corruption. The normal, everyday corruption we talk about, from procurement through to executions. And these are some of the challenges that would fester if we do not. Crybaby leaders in all institutions. Crybaby leaders are people who complain all the time in leadership instead of finding solutions to problems. If you are the sheikh or the head, the imam of a particular mosque, and all that you can do is to complain all the time about the light going off without finding a solution to maintaining the PA system, you are a crybaby leader. And this crybaby leadership is not only in political office, among political office holders. We also have them in academia, and Emma Berkran can confess to that. Next slide. We have another enduring challenge, which is the loss of our cherished Lake Chad Basin. You know, it has, several initiatives have been conducted trying to get the Lake Chad Basin regenerated, and still the difficulties happen. For instance, for those of us in the coastal states, especially Ghana, when you have the nomads coming around, it's not only because they love your country, no. It's because of the difficulties in the Lake Chad Basin. The terrorists have even divided the drier parts of it, and in terms of territory and sovereignty over it, the water itself is under control. So your water cannot easily go and drink in somebody else's portion. So the difficulties there are not just causing instability for the Lake Chad Basin, but for the rest of us. It is virtually in the heart of the West African sub-region. And until that problem is solved, some of the offshoots of the challenges that happen there would always be felt by the rest of us. Next slide. So this is freshwater, the Volta Basin. And this should be of concern to many of us in this room. In fact, to all the 5 countries that have an interest or that is covered by the SPI, because you all get served by this Volta Lake. Let's lose it, and we'll be worse than what is at the Lake Chad Basin. Water is life. Not only life for humans, but life for pastures, life for animals, life for the pastoralists and their herds. So, from the Lake Chad Basin, if it's difficult for you to find water to feed, to water your animals, naturally, the animals themselves take, as the French would say, the road and lead you towards where there is water and where there is pastures. So they don't come because they love our country or they want to come and see the beautiful aspects Father Herman is talking about. No. They come in the quest of survival. They come in the quest of life. So if we also lose this, for now that is the destination. If we also lose it, what happens? Then we will have to join Mami Water in the Atlantic Ocean. Next slide. So why should we really bother about terror? As I mentioned, we are not too bothered about malaria. So why should we bother too much about terror? Why should we say it's not an exaggeration to keep us in employment and to keep the sources of funding coming in? Next slide. JENIM is still very present and very active in our sub-region, and they haven't changed focus. So maybe there's a cause to bother. Next slide. We still have to bother because of the nature of the threat. As mentioned earlier, the threat is not just about killing human beings. No. If it were only human lives, we may not have to worry and invest so much. The nature of the threat requires that we do more than SPI is aiming to even do. The nature of the threat is such that we do more than the states are willing to do, or the orthodox forces are able to do. The complexity of the nature of the threat tells us that we certainly will have to continue to worry about it. It's not one of the everyday threats. It's an existential threat, just as COVID was. And even maybe more complicated than COVID was. COVID never targeted our finances. This targets our finances. COVID just targeted our breathing in and our breathing out. Though, of course, it doesn't mean it didn't affect other segments of the society. So apart from the psychological aspects, and technology is very cheap. Everybody is able to get it. I mean, what the orthodox forces have, the terrorists are able to get. And then, of course, the abuse follows from that. They certainly remain loyal. You saw the two figures there, Ahmed Kufa and Co., to discrediting our systems of governance. And here, we're not talking about just political governance. We're not talking about political leadership. It includes religious leadership, discrediting them. It includes traditional leadership, discrediting that, and of course, everything else that we do. And what will be the effect if they are able to do it? And remember, they are tech savvy. So a lot of propaganda and narratives using social media and then the like. The citizens will lose faith in leadership. And once citizens lose faith in leadership, whether it's church leadership, whether it's country's leadership, political leadership, or whether it's economic leadership, then we are in trouble. And apart from that, the discrediting of our systems also results in misunderstanding between states or mistrust between states. So maybe one of the things the SPI may have to consider is that aspect. Does the president of Father Kweku trust the president of Hilaire? Not just among the five, but maybe the five would be a good sample size to start with. To do a bit more of work, intuitive work, to arrive at something that would go beyond the current objectives and targets of SPI. Because whatever it is, you would always require leadership. And discredited leadership naturally would mean that nobody would have confidence in them. In fact, it will get to a point when the leadership would begin to self-doubt, because it is blood that runs through their systems as well. They are human, and it's natural for leadership to self-doubt periodically. We've already spoken about the human capital deficits, the statistics on the number of neighbors who are in schools in northern Ghana, northwest and northeast, as well as the northern part of Ghana, for instance, is astronomical. We've touched on the fact that the economies are our lifeline. And apart from that, the weakening of the entire state power should not necessarily be encouraged. So this gives us reason or cause to really be worried about the current state of terror within the West African sub-region. The survival of our nations itself is at stake, because the terrorists, as we speak this morning, have been able to take control of physical territory in quite a number of countries. So you would still go to the UN and give a speech as a sovereign state, but you have lost really, in real concrete terms, part of your territory to a ruler who would not sit on the table, at the table with you. Put together, the territory they currently control this morning is more than one of the biggest countries we have around the West African sub-region. And they control every single thing in those particular enclaves. Whether it's in the W Penjari area in between northern Benin and then the other areas and the like. These are realities. It's not an answer. They are our lived realities. So we have presidents walking around claiming to be president, which is true. But do not have 100% control of their territory. Some of us certainly get to believe what you see through info operations, social media. Then you see that my president is doing so well. Meanwhile, he cannot visit maybe 10 kilometers out of his palace. Are you really in charge? Is your state about to crumble? So there is cause for us all to continue to worry about the threat. Next slide, please. So what's the ultimate goal or intention of this terrorist? If we all decide to follow their philosophy, they will stop attacking us. It will be simple. I vote to be a terrorist. I vote to be your member. Naturally, nobody will come harassing you. They are looking at we changing entirely, not just swearing allegiance to them, but changing our entire lifestyles. That's why they target our governance systems. And as I mentioned, let's not be fixated on political governance. Let's broaden the concept of governance. That is why they target our education, human capital, development systems, our economic justice systems, and then our normal daily routine are all targeted. So our value systems, what we stand for, what we are willing to die for, are our value systems. These are targeted. Our very identity as humans in a particular political entity, targeted. And of course, that is to say our existence, either as a state or as a collection of individuals. Next slide. So the spillover, so I want us to go by the idea that it was contained somewhere and it's really spilling over. The analysts I have in the National Counterterrorism Fusion Center don't like the word spillover because they have evidence to prove that in 2016 there was an attack at Grand Bassam. So spill over to Mami Water's territory or spill over to coastal states. They have evidence to prove that Benin, Togo, and Nigeria are coastal states. So what kind of spillover are you waiting for again? They have evidence to prove that 8 Ghanaians only 2 months ago died because of issues of terror. They have evidence to prove that Ghanaians fighting alongside terrorists as terrorists, foreign terrorist fighters have been killed. They have evidence to prove that a Ghanaian living close to Bema camp, Labadi, has been recruited. So what spillover are you talking about again? They have evidence to prove that the transit trade between their country and the landlord countries has waned or dimmed because investors in those other countries are not necessarily too enthusiastic about investing any longer. Therefore, imports have suffered. This is not a figment of their imagination. As I mentioned, they say it because they have evidence to prove it. If you have a different narratives to prove them wrong, you may do that. So the reality stares us in the face. There is also an apprehension that is building up gradually in the communities. At times, because of what we do, those of us who find ourselves in the civil society space. And then civil society members present, please listen to this carefully. In our enthusiasm to outdo each other, in our enthusiasm to arrive at, let's blame government, let's blame the security and law enforcement agencies and what have you. Very often, inadvertently, you end up building in the already vulnerable populace a certain measure of fear. And that is as dangerous as what the terrorists may be doing with bullets. So we need to be necessarily measured in how we handle the vulnerable in our quest for research findings and in our quest to advise. So this apprehension may touch one of our long-standing values. You always hear the Ghanaian hospitality, the Ghanaian hospitality. If now Hilaire comes around and I'll ask Hilaire, where do you come from? That is not what we are. That is not what we want to have. That is a value that we have cherished, for which people respect us, not just because we have the Black Star, not just because we have had Kwame Nkrumah or Kofi Annan and the like. But I believe that it is a value Ghanaians have cherished and people respect us for. Unfortunately, because of what maybe our citizens go through in South Africa and other places, there is in the back of others. It's easier for all sorts of crimes to take place. So at your own, this is a savior for many countries who are humble enough to recognize that a cohesive society is a safe one. The society that stays cohesive, they pray together, they enjoy together, they mourn together, and they protect themselves. And very difficult for them to collapse because a supposed terrorist has come in and the like. Apart from issues of the strategy, we also have the contribution, of course, we always see, of our partners. They share a bit of intelligence with us, at times even grudgingly. But the most important thing is that the self-reliance or the consolidation of the country's efforts at keeping herself secure, using everybody present and leaving no one behind, has been the savior, or at least the source of strength of our country. We're never going to be complacent. No. If we were complacent, I won't be coming here to come and solicit your views. We're not satisfied with what we have. We believe we can have a bit more. And we work towards having a bit more with your help. So I end by calling on you individually to remember what our campaign has been. There's evidence to prove it has helped us. That when you see something, you say something. We have evidence. In fact, a packload of evidence to prove that it has been helpful. And in recent times, in actual fact, Colonel Ametame and his boss have had cause to tell us to reintegrate it. And this is just one of the platforms I'm using to call on each one of you that when you see some negativity around your immediate environment, signal it to somebody else. When we say see something, say something. We're not saying when you see a terrorist, say something. No. We say something, and that something is non-discrete. So you find a high tension cable on the streets. School kids will pass there to go and learn. They can get electrocuted. And if they get electrocuted, it disturbs the peace and harmony of the family. So you've seen it, signal it to someone. If there's a broken pipe and water is gushing out, it means a family is going to suffer shortages. You've seen it, signal it. If you see Emma beating the spouse, nowadays the ladies beat us more than we beat them. Don't allow her to kill him. You've seen it, signal it. So it's not just when you see a terrorist. How does a terrorist look like? For all I know, Mr. Ade is a terrorist. But it's not written on his forehead. Yes, certainly if you have cause to believe he's a terrorist, signal it. But whatever anomaly you find in your society, mention it to someone else. On that note, I would like to thank you for your audience. Thank you. Oh, okay. So I will get the Episcopal chair to answer this question. After all that I've said, are we preparing for the threats, or are we living with the threats? You asked me to come and talk about Ghana's preparedness. You prepare for what? Something to come. Is it yet to come? The 8 Ghanaians lost were not Ghanaians. The lives of Ghanaians anywhere in the world is as important as the life of the Ghanaians sitting in this room. That's why your country brought back lives from South Africa. So if you lose them to terrorist activities beyond the borders, it's just as worrying as losing them at Makola. Can I have 2 minutes? All right, next slide. I think there's something I wanted to talk about. Next slide, please. Yes, we will run through them. All right, is this we have spoken about? Go ahead, next slide. Next slide. Next. So this is the strategy we have, which I spoke about. It's anchored, the first part of it is about prevention. And then we believe that prevention, which basically is issues of sensitization and then awareness creation about the threats, is very important and then must be sustained. These are not mutually exclusive. The prevention, the preemption, the protection, and the response pillars are not mutually exclusive. The preemption pillar is anchored on intelligence. What do you call it? We have the Chief Defense Intelligence here. Without accurate intelligence, the actions of the state would always be futile. And that is why it's captured in our framework. And as I mentioned, this framework is undergoing review. And Mukhtar and his people, WASI, are very helpful in that. Let's look at one principle here, the principle of human rights, the third principle, human rights and rule of law. We, as a people, have chosen to be ruled by the law. That has been our choice. It has not been imposed. It was not imposed on us. So we also expect that in the exuberance and enthusiasm of our security and law enforcement agencies, in even fighting the threat of terror, the rights, the human rights of the citizenry need to be respected. And that is why it is a documented principle of the strategy that we currently have in place. Next slide. Well, this is just about the fusion center itself, and the central role it plays is the entry and exit points of everything that is terror in the fight against terror in the country. Next slide. The next slide. So I'll stay within my next slide. All right. Next slide still. Well, so some areas of interest. We spoke about governance. Governance is stronger when the grassroots governance is strongest. So the role of the DCEs, the role of the catechists, those you find, those who go and administer, communion and the like, on motorbikes. If they do their work effectively, then you can see the hierarchy itself. There is a pushback towards the efficacy of the hierarchy. So the disex and rexex, the stronger they get, the more tuned they are for this early warning systems and whatnot. The best comes from them. The only problem we have is that we have to continuously, with our partners and Mukhtar and co, build their capacity. And then the state has done quite a bit in that domain. But as I mentioned, far away from complacency. Mukhtar, who is sitting here, is one of our research persons, and he returned recently from the upper East region, where he went to build the capacity, help contribute to the capacity of DCs as far as this is concerned. Some areas of interest, migration is a problem. People are getting a bit edgy about migrants being around. But the problem is that Ghanaians are more adventurous than those who are even appearing here as migrants. So we not only a destination of migrants, whether legal or illegal, we are also a source of migrants. And therefore, before we throw the stones, let's be pensive. Let's be reflective about that. Yeah, next slide. We do a lot with our partners across borders, whether east, west, and then the like. Well, I've spoken about the soft option, the campaign already. And you, the citizens, have a role to play. Go ahead, which is just basically report what you see and then keep your immediate environment safe. Next slide. Well, as I mentioned, it has saved lives, and we hope that we will sustain it. So please, if for nothing at all when you live here, remember to tell your friend that when they see something that is not right, they should signal it to somebody. And don't be discouraged that you don't get immediate action. Whatever it is, what you say has an effect on what people do. You see, recently an aircraft landed in Paga. Did you see how the community came out? The airstrip in Paga, for those of you who are Ghanaian, that is evidence of how deep the see something, say something campaign has sunk. That they responded to something they thought would affect their immediate environs. And let's encourage each other to do it, because nobody can do it alone. Next slide. Next slide. We've spoken about the abuses, possible abuses of security agencies can lead people to become radicalized. Next slide, please. Next slide. I've gone beyond my 5 minutes, but I think I'm ending up. All right. So stay on this one for a while. I've spoken about the Zongo concept already, so we won't go back on that. But let's remember how we use our language. If you have to stigmatize somebody, it will have to be communicated through language. Language that is derogatory helps weaken the social strata or the social cohesion we have. So let's be minded across borders, across faiths, across families, across societies, how we use language. This simple language, which I'm using to communicate with you, can lead to reconciliation or can destroy societies. In the field of terror, the misuse or the abuse of simple language is very potent. All right, next slide. Well, there are a few challenges. Those we will discuss with the SPI team later on. But the second to last one is also another, what do you call a point that's of interest. Experts and researchers, you at times distract people who are in the field, apart from, as I mentioned, pushing up the fear in their hearts and going back to go and sleep in your air-conditioned hotels. Next slide. And when you talk some for the security services around the border areas who have to live in this kind of accommodation facilities to provide us with security. Next slide. Well, as for insecurity, we will always have it, but we can continuously mitigate its impact and we can continuously contain it if we work together as stakeholders. Next slide. You know, the biggest lack we have is that the narrative of the terrorists is really not appealing to the citizenry. People choose to join them because they need to survive. If they come to your village, the police is not there, and they say, join us, and you say, you won't join us, then your next address is the cemetery. We have had it in the times of coup d'etats. It's not everybody that may support a particular coup d'etat, but if you stand up to the coup leader, your next address is a cemetery. And who wants to go to the cemetery that early and leave behind their responsibilities? The narrative or the message of the terrorists, our lack is that is certainly not appealing to the generality of the 440 million citizens we have in the West African sub-region. But for it not to become appealing one day, we don't have to sleep. Not only in the 5 SPI targeted countries, but beyond. But of course, you can grow it in the 5 targeted countries and spread it or export it to the rest. All right, I think I'm done.
Doc, please stay with us for just a minute. We're hoping to take a number of questions, but We're out of time, but there are a few things that have come up that we're hoping that we could get some responses to. Really, you've been assessing our preparedness. Should we leave this room knowing that as a state, from where you sit, we can comfortably say that we are prepared? At least we've seen something, we've said something, but from where you stand, can you tell us as we are leaving that the state is actually prepared when it comes to terror?
All right. Thank you, MFF. The state is more than prepared. But preparation is not an event. It is an enduring process. And that's why I spoke about complacency. Today, I can say, yes, we have so much in terms of strategy, and therefore go to sleep. That's when you'll be overtaken by events. So it is a continuous and a very active process to remain out of the woods. It isn't an event, a fait accompli. Donc, so you can then see that, yes, I've achieved what I want. No, it's not like the Black Stars in Colombia.
But finally, though, you mentioned that they currently operate in their countries of origin. Do we have any in Ghana? Do we have people from Ghana operating in Ghana?
I think you are one of the terrorists we have around, because she's terrorizing me with questions. We are very humble to say that our citizens are not saints, even if we have the prelates and we have, what do you call it, the sheikhs. We have evidence, as I mentioned, that our citizens, some of them have joined the terrorist groups. We are humble enough to say that. It isn't that we are happy about it. If we were happy about it, we would not be calling upon you to help us keep people less radicalized. We all have, as parents, as uncles, and what have you, a role to play in ensuring that our youth stay away from radicalized material that may draw them into the ranks of terrorist groups. In fact, we have had university graduates in Ghana joining them willingly. The numbers may be a little bit insignificant if measured against our 32 million population. But even one Ghanaian deciding to become a terrorist is enough, it's more than enough to worry about.
Okay. Can we just take two questions at least from the audience? Just two. Sorry to ambush you, but just two. I saw that hand come up first. So.
Thank you very much. My name is Alhaji Yusuf Kwenu. I just want to emphasize on this: see something and say something. If you see it, how do you say it? I mean, I've seen something. How do I say it? I mean, do you have some SOPs that one has to follow to be able to communicate explicitly and at the right time and at the right forum? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. So, my name is Kwesi Jonah, and I work with the Institute for Democratic Governance, located right here in East Legon. I have a problem, and my problem has to do with the paradox of Ghana and West Africa's security situation. On the one hand, West Africa is a hotbed for terrorism, going by the number of people who lose their lives every year through terror. At the same time, if you look at the Global Peace Index for Africa, about half of the top 10 most peaceful countries are in West Africa. If you look at the Political Stability Index, about 4 out of the 10 most politically stable countries are in West Africa. And if you go further to go and look at the Ibrahim Index of African Governance, top 20 most democratically governed countries, about 40% of them are in West Africa. So we have a paradox. On the one hand, this is a sub-region which is a hotbed for terrorism. On the other hand, this is the same sub-region that is scoring very high. Global Peace Index, Governance Index, Political Stability Index, and so on and so forth. How do we explain this? Then the paradox for Ghana has as its neighbors about 3-4 countries that are totally under control, almost totally under control of terrorist organizations like Jenin. You have mentioned some of them. At the same time, Ghana has remained almost completely immune from attack. Question: how can you be so close to the hotbeds of terrorism in West Africa and yet at the same time remain so very safe from terrorist attack?
Thank you, Dr. Jonah. I think I have a concession for just a female, just one female. If there's a female, then that's
two
it.
questions.
Otherwise, I said two. But if there's a female question, we'll take it. If not, two.
All right, so thank you for your concerns. I don't know when Dr. Jonah stepped in or whether he's been here since the morning. We're starting with the last question. We'll come back to yours. We did highlight a question here, whether whatever has been said over the period is an exaggeration or is a reality. If that is well answered, then naturally the paradox you're talking about has been handled. How has it been handled? It gives you cause, especially IDEC, CDD, and all the other institutions, to begin to worry about the data you feed us with. Should I repeat? I'm a researcher myself. So it gives us worry about the data we get from our intellectuals. I'm not saying those indexes are flawed. But if they are really flawed, then there's a problem. And that is why for you in the CSOs, for you in the think tanks, you should also have a modicum of humility when you bring your data and government and professionals question the data. You do not speak ex cathedra, or you don't produce those, the data and findings ex cathedra. But the humility to accept us, practitioners and government, to question your data has been problematic. The measure of resilience, the measure of stability and security, very often the methodology used is not convincing enough. I'm not saying you don't make an effort. You certainly make an effort. But just as leadership and other institutions are not infallible, so it is with the agencies that produce some of the data there. Now, the paradox, as you mentioned about Ghana, I think we did say that attacking Ghana is not about killing human beings inside the territory. We lost 8 lives outside here. Outside the territory. That is sufficient for us to accept that our lives are not immune. We have never said that we are immune. And yesterday, Hilaire did mention it in his presentation as well. I think I did touch on that. Ghana has never claimed immunity and will never claim immunity to any of the transnational organized crimes or violent extremism and terrorism. And I did say this morning that sub-regional peace is Ghana's peace and vice versa. The Togolese are our cousins. You have Dagaba in Burkina, you have Dagaba in Ghana. They are cousins and brothers. So you can't kill my brother and tell me that you haven't touched me. We may be politically different, that they are francophones. So Vous êtes des francophones, non? Ou bien? Yes. It's a bold language we use to differentiate ourselves. The boundaries are artificial. We all know about that. You can't go attacking Mali and say you have not attacked Ghana. Do you know we have a consulate for Malians in Kumasi, apart from their embassy that's in Accra? We have a consulate for the Malians in Kumasi. What is the distance between Kumasi and Accra? Only about some 251 kilometers. But that tells you how important that country is to us. And that predates the arrival of terror. You have heard about the Ghana-Guinea-Mali Union. A union is what? For those of us who have spouses or for those aspiring to have spouses, a union, the two become one. That's what Father Kweku says anyway. So we have tried to marry this. So you can't go attack Mali, as I mentioned, and say you have not attacked Ghana. Because we are intrinsically related. Geographically, we may appear a bit distant. The number of Ghanaians you have in Mopti, in actual fact, my former minister, some people said that we don't have a Ministry of National Security again. We just have the National Security Council Secretariat. The former Minister of National Security, Kandapa, the mother used to go to Mopti in Mali to buy fish, to come and sell in Kumasi. So his house, they call that place Fishmonger's Lane. That is how closely related we are. And like the SPI values seek to espouse, that these 5 countries, whether we like it or not, we have more things that bound us together than the things that separate us. So I think that is it. Dr. Jonah, we can talk a bit more after this. But then that tells you about the confidence. You're just confirming why my analyst must continuously question the data we get. With all respect, they question them, and then we will have to continue. When 2 weeks ago I was in New York, I told them, you auditors, allow us to audit and tell you how you are leading us. Ghanaians question the leadership of their political leaders every 4 years. And through various fora that MFI and Co provide. We have IOs, international organizations, that want to determine how we should go about a few things, but they don't want us to question the way they are influencing us. That's unfair. Because the fact that we may be in a lower position does not necessarily mean that we are, with all respect, underheads. On the issue of see something, say something. How do you say it? Let me repeat. Saying it is not necessarily saying it to government. You've seen something that is bad. You've seen something that will disturb your immediate peace. Say it to a neighbor. Say it to somebody you think is more responsible. Say it to someone else. Mention it to the police. You saw that we spoke about the DISEX and REXEX. I didn't have much time. That is the early warning system we have. We have, the intelligence agencies all over the place. We have the CSOs and whatnot. You've seen something that is giving you an indication that you are about to lose the peace. Say it. We have telephone numbers, 999, that you can use. But as I mentioned, we're not expecting everything to be bottled to only those numbers. No. You are a farmer in a village. You've seen some trends of things that you think are anomaly. Tell your catechist. Tell your imam. Recently, a lady left. Okay, no. If you are leaving your roommate, fathers, they don't have roommates. You are, and then, buy one for me, buy one for my roommate. At least, let your roommate know where you are going to. So that when you are lost, a word was left. My brother, are you okay? Yes. So don't necessarily look at the state. Remember that we did say we're not fighting terror with only the assets and resources of the state. We're also fighting terror relying on your benevolence, your resources, the biggest resource being your brain, which we value so much. And we can never pay for the access or the services of your brain. Your collaboration, which we can't quantify, let alone recompense. So you've seen that a negative thing is happening within my environment. Please let me signal it to someone, my landlord or someone else, who may be able to either advise or take some other corrective actions. The state, with this peculiar threat, cannot fight this peculiar threat alone. It's not possible anywhere. Where some people think they are so strong and therefore they only have to arm themselves and ignore their citizenry. We've seen the results and we continue to see the results. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge our keynote speaker for today, Major General Dr. Timothy Batabana. We are grateful. And we are hoping that you stick around at least during the panel discussion so we can ask more questions. At this point, it's time to hear from our guest speakers. And the very first to come up stage, of course, is one of our implementing partners as well for this particular forum. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Country Director of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Ms. Lena Sabroso Wasafo.
Still good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Your Excellencies. Good morning to our distinguished representatives from government, from the Ghana Armed Forces, civil society, and the international community. For the sake of time, please allow me to stand on the established protocol. I am really grateful to having the opportunity to join today's discussion, because for me it really is a very timely and very important discussion. And in my input, I will focus very strongly of the input of the topic of early warning systems, because I believe they rightfully deserve the growing attention that they are getting. I'm equally glad to see that governments, that security actors, that regional organizations, civil society actors, and international partners, just as we have come together in this room here today, are putting their efforts together in really providing the necessary foundations and the frameworks that are needed to build effective early warning architecture in the region. So Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, or KAS in short, being one of these international partners, our work is guided by 3 strategic principles, and those are participation, security, and innovation. Together with our regional security program, which is actually located in Côte d'Ivoire, and our other country offices across Western Africa, we are continuously working on that topical intersection. And just like the Sahel Peace Initiative, with its own regional networks and resources, this also enables us to take on a comparative regional perspective, to connect conversations in different countries, and to actually identify relevant patterns. So there is one recent observation around early warning systems that has been highlighted repeatedly in our conversations with colleagues and with partners across the region, and that I want to share with you today. And that particular observation actually concerns the relationship between early warning, governance, trust, and digitalization. When we are discussing early warning systems and the use of digital technology, we often understand that technology as a tool for collecting more information more efficiently, to analyze larger volumes of data, or to actually accelerate communication. And these applications of technology are undoubtedly very important, but some of the discussions that we were having with our partners actually suggest that digitalization can offer an additional dimension that I believe deserves some greater attention. It was actually highlighted in the SPI Bamako Declaration, and we all know that local communities are often the first ones to recognize risk, long before other institutions or other actors actually see the same patterns or the same processes. We know that local communities are the first ones to observe growing tensions, that they see changes in the local dynamics, and they are also the first ones to actually notice the arrival of unfamiliar actors. So we do know that the existence of information is not the problem, but often that information actually remains very fragmented, and often it actually fails to reach the institutions and the actors that are capable of producing a timely response. We also know that distrust in public institutions and in some of these actors add to this problem, as does the uncertainty that reporting your concerns will actually lead to action and to making a difference. So therefore, what we see is that the central challenge isn't really collecting or sharing more information. It is really about ensuring that the information moves between the communities, between the local authorities, between national decision makers, and of course the security agencies, and that the people involved in this process actually trust it enough to participate in it freely. So for that reason, I believe that early warning systems shouldn't just be about collecting more or better information. They should actually be about creating better information relationships. And please let me explain what I mean by that. I think this is one perspective where digitalization can contribute the most. Like I said, not just producing more data, not just transmitting the data faster, but actually creating a value in the flow of information that strengthens the quality of these information relationships. In practice, that means that in creating these high quality information flows, we need to base them on mutual trust. We need to actually make sure that information moves freely in both directions. We need to encourage institutional responsiveness, and we actually need to give communities the confidence that sharing information will lead to meaningful action. And digital tools can strengthen exactly that, can strengthen these information relationships by making communication more accessible, by making it usable in a more strategic fashion, by improving coordination, and also by creating faster and more direct feedback loops between those who observe and those who respond. So across the region, we are actually seeing different approaches that are seeking to implement precisely this principle. There's one example from Togo that my colleagues are talking about, where the Interministerial Committee for Preventing and Combating Violent Extremism has begun to implement exactly such tools in its early warning architecture. So the tools that they have designed very strategically are actually supposed to strengthen transparency. They are supposed to ensure that reports that are being submitted by communities are being recognized and are being followed up by public institutions. And that creates, from what I have heard in practice, they haven't used it for long, but the first experiences were very positive. It has actually led to a very important virtuous cycle, because communities can see that the information they provide lead to response and lead to action. And that again, in response, helps to strengthen the visibility of state presence, helps to strengthen trust, helps to strengthen accountability, and encourages a continued engagement from the people on the ground. So I think this example illustrates how digital technologies can not just actually reinforce early warning systems, but can really reinforce effective systems of governance. At the same time, of course, it's very important to acknowledge the limits of this perspective, the limits of these particular tools. And we know that any kind of digital transformation can really realize its full potential when the technical and the institutional frameworks are actually in place. So of course, we're talking about reliable access to power, internet connectivity, digital infrastructure, and also general access to technology. That's not just an essential foundation, of course, in many places and in many areas, it also remains a very essential barrier for using this. Danger of abuse was mentioned by my previous speaker. Of course, any new technology always has the risk of abuse, and that is very important to keep in mind when designing any kind of digital tool. So that is very crucial. And equally important, we also need, of course, appropriate governance frameworks, and we need sustained investment in human capacity. That was equally mentioned earlier. So at the end of the day, I believe that it's only the combination of these factors that would truly enable digital tools to contribute very meaningfully to actually create stronger early warning systems. This, of course, has very important implications for policymaking and for policymakers as well. If digital transformation increasingly shapes the way that we anticipate and that we respond to risk, then strengthening resilience can actually no longer be understood as the responsibility of security agents and institutions alone. It means that it requires closer cooperation with those that are responsible for public infrastructure, connectivity, innovation, and also data governance. It means that we need to connect these agents and these actors much more systematically and much more strategically. And we have to allow expertise, institutions, and responsibilities to really converge around these shared objectives. Encouragingly, Ghana is already taking steps in this direction. I'm sure you're all aware of the fairly recently launched National Artificial Intelligence Strategy, which explicitly includes and recognizes the growing intersection between AI, security, and governance. So this AI strategy specifically names AI as a tool that can potentially strengthen early warning systems, that can counter mis and disinformation, and that can support national security, while at the same time, and I believe this is very crucial, the strategy also emphasizes the need for transparency, the need for ethical safeguards, the need for human oversight over artificial intelligence, and responsible data governance. So this integrated approach to me reflects a very important understanding, namely that digital innovation can only be effective when it is embedded within broader governance frameworks and supported by cooperation across the relevant policy sector and actors. So in conclusion, as we continue to strengthen early warning systems, we should not only ask how digital technologies can actually help us to gather and to use information more efficiently, we should actually ask how they can help to build stronger connections between communities and institutions, how they can actually help to strengthen governance and trust in public systems, and how they can improve the quality of information flows that are so crucial for targeted response and targeted actions. As Ghana is now hopefully moving forward to implement this national AI strategy, I think it covers the time span between 2025 and 2035. I think there is a unique opportunity right now to turn this vision into practice by making sure that security, that digital innovation, and that governance are not being pursued in parallel, but are really being designed together. And if we manage to achieve that, we can not only build early warning systems that are more technologically advanced, we can also build systems of governance that are more trusted, that are more responsive, and therefore more effective. Thank you very much.
Anna Lena Sabroso Wasafo, thank you so much, Country Director of CAS Ghana. Our next guest speaker is the Chief of Defense Intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Major General Stephen Wosiajepo Kweku Pabi.
His Grace, senior clergy present here, CSOs, our boss, Brigadier General Ben Kusi, my brother Tim, Major General Tim Batabana, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. I've been introduced as the Chief of Defense Intelligence. That is true. But actually, I'm here to represent the acting Minister of Defense, who we all know is engaged in Parliament to tell us the mid-year budget. And so I'm here to represent him. But what I'm going to say will be in the context of the job I do as Chief of Defense Intelligence. And so if I knew that my brother would be here, I would have found a nice way of drawing the acting minister's attention to the fact that everything that I will say, Tim will say it. And so since he's here, my relevance here will be superfluous. However, I'm here. And so I have to say something. And so I'm going to say something. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about spillover from the Sahel. So spillover coming from the Sahel into our territory. And then we are also talking about early warning systems. Now, to touch on the spillover, we all understand what it means. However, I want us to draw our attention to practical issues, the real hardcore issues. Number one of which is the kind of things we as Ghanaians are doing, particularly in the northern part of our country, where we think that violence among ourselves is the way to go. Ladies and gentlemen, no conflict situation will produce a victor in this country. It will never happen. It will never, ever happen. One party, and I'm talking about those involved in the fighting, will win, whilst the other lose. It won't happen. Because it's not possible. And so we are doing what we are doing up there, sporadic killings, destroying properties, arson, and all the like. In whose interest? What we have failed to do, or better, what we have failed to realize or reckon is this. If you think that you don't have relations up there in the north, you are mistaken. Let's assume, without admitting, that you don't have any relations in the north. We are all directly affected by the conflict in the north. Because some of the food items that we live on in this country are produced in the north. And as long as there is conflict, they can produce those food items. And so you can feed properly down south. Is that what we want? It's very important for us to realize that once there's conflict, there's confusion, that element we are talking about that is going to spill over or is spilling over or has spilled over into our country will take advantage. There is a principle we use in the military when we are fighting our adversaries, our enemies, and the like. We stand on this principle, and the principle is that your adversary has the initiative. And so as you sit there, if you intend to attack me, I wouldn't know. And so you have the initiative. You decide when, where, and how you attack me. It is only when you start taking certain steps to actualize your intention, your thinking, that if I have my eyes open on you, then I say, this person is planning to do something to me. Then I will activate my appropriate responses. And so if something is spilling over to take advantage of the confusion that we have deliberately created in the north, I was going to use a word, but MFA said we are under this, so I'm being careful. You see, because it doesn't make sense. that we should have the situation we have created in the north, in Sampa, Nkwanta, and the like. What is wrong with us? If that situation we have created, someone else is going to take advantage of it and do us more harm, how would you know? And so that's food for thought. And before I forget, I want to pause here and sincerely thank the clergy and all of you who have put this together. Because once we are doing this, what it means is that we are trying to find solution to the problems that we have created. Very, very important. And so at the end of the day, this should not be talk shop. We should all individually and collectively take something out of here and go and implement institutionally, individually, or as a group. Now, the spillover, another aspect of the spillover that we probably wouldn't want to accept, but it's here with us. Because of the work I do, I know what I'm talking about. As somebody, a TikToker said, I know what I'm talking about, man. You know, we have become, please, if I'm being very blunt, let's accept it like that. Number one, as a soldier, I'm taught to say it as it is because it's very important so that we can feel it and act. You see, we have become very reckless when it comes to what is happening in our communities across the length and breadth of this country. We readily and happily invite people into our homes to come and pick scrap. Those people picking scraps, where do you know them? And some of them cannot even speak any known Ghanaian language. Yet, the person is carrying a sack and said, I'm a dealer in a scrap. Point out this. Then you quickly go and then pull out something and give to the person. And the person is looking around you. You don't know if the person is speaking information or intelligence. It is very important that we become alert to distance and be cautious who we invite to come and collect refuse in our houses. People using abuboya and all that, they come freely in and out. The other aspect has to do with all manner of strange beggars and people soliciting for alms in our streets, major streets, and sensitive areas. You walk a little past Jubilee House, you see them all over the place. You don't know who they are. By their dressing, you can even see that these are not Ghanaians. As to their intentions, you do not know. I told you, the adversary, the enemy, always has the initiative. And so it's very important for us to see the risk of the spillover from the Sahel in basic context. Don't think too far. Otherwise, you meet the little things that harm us. Let us be alert to these kind of things because at the end of the day, the aggregate effect is that we'll have something bigger on our hands to fight. The early warning. We have talked about see something, say something. And I'm just glad about the answer or response that Tim gave to our brother Alhaji. You see, each and every one of us has the responsibility to tell everybody and anybody you think is receptive to what you have to tell the person by way of information, we have that responsibility to tell somebody. We are not talking necessarily about institutional arrangement, but if you have to go that far, going to the police, going to CID, BNI, yes, do so. But immediately you have a chief in your community. You have your pastor. You have the imam. You have people in responsible positions, opinion leaders. Let us contact them. Let us tell them what we have seen. You are not trained as a security operative or an intelligence operative, but you as a human being who have lived, you have lived in your community for a long period. Fortunately, in our communities, everybody knows everybody. And so you have seen something that strikes you that this is odd. What do? Tell somebody if you cannot do anything about it. But telling is also doing. You are doing something about it. And so it is an integral part of the early warning system. As I stand here, I'm part of the early warning system because of the job I do. Normally, you will not see me doing this kind of thing in public because people who know what I do will be eager to listen to me. If I drop something by mistake, they will carry it. And as His Grace said, this forum is not meant to scare anybody or sow seeds of fear among us, but to create that situational awareness for us to do what we ought to do to preserve the relative peace we have in our country. That is how important it is. And so I want to end by saying that the task of keeping this country very safe from now into the future depends on all of us. When the Ministry of Foreign Affairs comes out with travel advisories, please let's respect those travel advisories, because institutional systems put in place to give early warning may have given early warning to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, based on which they have come out with the advisories that, that do not go to this country or that country. Or if you are going, do A, B, C, D. Let's respect information given out institutionally by state actors, the ministries and the like. But let us also remember that as individuals, we owe the responsibility of our survival to ourselves. Because if you hear of country A and there's no human being in it, it is not called a country. It is only where people live that will be referred to as a country. And so if we are faced with existential threat, then it means that you and I should take the responsibility of preserving our existence individually and collectively. Thank you very much.
Representing the acting chief or the acting minister for defense, and also the chief of defense intelligence, ladies and gentlemen, Major General Stephen Wosiajipo Kweku Pabi. Thank you so much once again. And it brings us to the end of round one, I should say, of our event for today. We'll just gather around and take quick photographs. We make memories to ensure that everybody knows that we were part of the 2026 SPI National Forum. So we'll start. Our photographers, are we ready? Are my photographers ready? Okay. So please, I would like to invite those in front here to please come. Our speakers, our moderators, please come forward. Your Grace, Your Lordship, please join us Sheikh, please join us up. We'll come upstage, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. We'll first do our speakers, our panel members, all speakers, panel members, religious leaders, please come up stage. So we'll take the first round of photographs. Try. We'll do the first round, then we'll do another round, please, so that we don't crowd the stage. Yes, please. You want the steps, rather? Yeah. So the keynote speaker will be in the middle. Yeah, with that. Yes. Is it okay now? Is it okay? No. We'll now have all our fathers, our sisters, please join us. Then we'll have all those civil society organizations that are in front, please, you would join us as well. But some would have to leave us as the keynote speakers and the panel members stand in front. Our fathers, our sisters. Father, please, we are waiting for you. CSOs, please. CDD, please join us. IDEC is already here. Please join us. British High Commission, please join us. Please, all those in front, please join us. As some take leave of us, please. If you've taken enough pictures, please, you can take leave of us. Then we can have as many join us as possible. Apart from our speakers and our keynote address, the rest can please take their seats so the others can join. As Alaji and okay, all right. CSOs, please join our speakers. CSOs, please join us. Our invited guests, please join us. Please, let's make some memories, and as many as can join us, please join us. Register that you were here, some. This is a good time to stretch, but the moderator would also join, please. You come to the middle. quick snack break at this point. Those in front will stay, but please, all of us will go to my left, the door to my left, then we can take our snack. It's just about 10 minutes, then we are back for our panel discussion. We have a 10-minute snack break, please. Then we can come back for our panel discussion. Please, shall we start making our way to our seats so we can start? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's start making our way back to our seats so we can start the second session. Promises to be exciting, so please let's make our way in. You can bring your food inside, please. You can snack while you listen. Ushers, please help me bring those outside inside. I've seen some isolated at the back. Please, once there's a seat in front of you, please fill it. It's 31 minutes after noon. You're welcome back from the break. This is the SPI National Forum 2026, and it's time for our panel discussions. And it promises to be very interactive. All the questions you have been holding on to, you get answers to them at this point, and then also you get to ask them as well. All we require of you is to engage as much as possible. Reason why we are gathered here, so we can get answers to the spillover risks from the Sahel, assessing Ghana's security preparedness and early warning systems. You're welcome back. Before I bring up my panel members, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Sheikh Arimiya Shaibu, official spokesperson for the National Chief Imam. Shall we see you? I would also like to recognize Dr. Hussein Zakaria Kodiak Tamale. Thank you so much for being in our midst. And we've heard him speak already, but would like to acknowledge him. Mr. Kwesi Jonah, Senior Research Fellow, IDEC. Thank you so much for being in our midst. I'd also like to acknowledge Edward Amprechum from the UNDP. Mr. Amprechum. He's still outside, but please give him a round of applause. He's here. Also in our midst, Jamila Mashood, Country Director, BRAC Ghana. Jamila Tu? Okay, please give her a round of applause. She was here as well. She just stepped out. Okay. Frank Boja, National Peace Council. Okay, he's here. I was reserving my panel members. Let's also acknowledge Reverend Father Clement Akwesie J, Secretary General, Ghana Catholic Bishops Conference. Thank you so much for being in our midst. I also like to acknowledge Mr. Mukhtar Mumuni Mukhtar, founder and ED, West Africa Center for Counter-Extremism, WASI. Well, it's good he's not, okay, yes, he's there. A round of applause for Mukhtar, doing a lot of work in that regard. Thank you so much, Mukhtar. Now, much for being here. I think the only political party rep here, right? So please give you another round of applause. And then also from the GJA, Efo Maugbe. Yes, the Ghana Journalists Association is represented. Also from the Ghana Armed Forces, Colonel Eric Ametame. Thank you so much for being here, sir. We are grateful. Melody, as the name from the UNDP. Melody, thank you so much for being here. Also from the UNHCR, Tete Kwao Padi, Head of Office. Mr. Fadi, thank you so much for being here. Also, Major Jude Edu Mensah, NCCRM. Mr. Edu Mensah, please, if you don't clap for him, he won't show his face. Okay. Thank you so much for being here. And you are also here, and I'm also here. Thank you so much for honoring this event. Now, it's time to introduce our panel members. And they would all come up, and then we'll start with their brief presentations. Then we can start interacting with the questions that we have. I'll take a few of the questions, but I'll open it up for you and not pretend to have all the questions in my head. You have more of the questions than I do. So I will just introduce them. They give their brief presentations, then we'll ask a few questions, then we'll make it an open discussion so we can do a lot more rather than leaving it so that you can't ask too many questions. So it's my singular honor this afternoon to have on the panel the former National Security Coordinator of Ghana, and we are drawing on his extensive experience in national security and intelligence coordination. Of course, he brings a valuable strategic perspective to our discussion on Ghana's preparedness and response to emerging security threats. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Francis Poku as he comes up. I think he deserves a standing ovation at this point. Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful. Also joining us is the Director, Department of Applied Research and Innovation in Peace and Security at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Emma Yabrikurang. Thank you so much, Dr. Brikuran. Also, measuring resilience before the crisis, the DRIVE Index as a model for Ghana's vulnerability assessment framework. That will be his focus. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Director, Conflict Management and Resolution at the National Peace Council, Mr. Frank Wilson Boja. Mr. Boja, thank you so much for joining us. Also on the role of the church and religious bodies in enhancing preparedness and early warning systems, strengthening faith-based structures for community resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Very Reverend Father Michael Kweku, is the Director, Governance, Justice and Peace Directorate at the National Catholic Secretariat. And for putting this together as well, we are grateful. Please, a round of applause once again for him. Now we start with our brief presentations from our panel members. And first to take the podium for obvious reasons is Mr. Francis Poku. Please, let's help welcome him as he gives us his brief remarks.
Good afternoon, Your Grace, the clergy, distinguished members of our wonderful society, Ghana. I propose to share with you, in a way, my own personal reflections when we are gathered in this encouraging way. We must love our country. We must love Africa. And whenever I have attended conferences, I am being touched by the way that people want to get Africa to get out of this situation. First, my last conference was in Morocco, and it was incredible how desirous Africans are that we should really show the best of us. And I think in a forum like this, we must find out what the possibilities are, because they are asking, how can we return to what our society really are? Africans are generous, we love one another, we care for one another. Why is Africa like this? Now, let me make my contribution to what General Batabana said regarding the reason why Ghana has not been touched by the Sahel problem. And I was in office in 2002 when there were efforts by these jihadists who were entering mosques to persuade through their preaching, the room available for radicalization in Ghana. And I was very, very impressed by the reaction of the imams. They never panicked, but they started preaching to neutralize the influence of these jihadists. They allowed them to sleep in the mosque. But 2002, that was when Nigeria was beginning to run into this problem of the radicalization. And Ghana, we were not worried. The security agencies knew that this is what they were doing, but we trusted the imams, and we never had any problem at the time. So the reaction of the security agencies, reaction of the executive, those responsible for good governance, will determine the impact of radicalization in a country. General Batamana made the point that the military and the security agencies can do all that they can, but good governance must be twinned to whatever security measures that you take. And here I can be very confident that the military and other security agencies have been on the ground. They have undertaken measures that have impressed me very much. They have done local engagement to the degree that had never been done before. So we can be sure that behind the scenes, they are responding to intelligence reports. So if you are a policy maker, that is the executive, you get all these reports. But the survival of a democracy depends on how you react to these reports. So they can be on the ground, get the reports, but what is the sensible reaction that you are going to take? I have served in 7 different governments in this country. In the earlier days in the 60s, there was not a coup that we did not forecast. We provided all the intelligence and everything, and yet coups happened. Why? Because the focus was on regime protection. But it is enough, it's not enough to protect a regime if you are not reacting to the feelings of the people. If you are in the executive, you get daily reports. And by 10 o'clock in the morning, I should be able to know what the reactions of Ghanaians are. So you have to go to the executive, communicate to president, ministers, and everybody. This is what is happening. So security literally is in your hands. It operates at different levels. Even those at the district and regional security level, they are part and parcel. Civil society, because intelligence originates from members of society. The feelings, corruption going on, whatever it is, they are originating, and all are partners of national security. So it's not just you at the top saying, I want security for my country. It must be twinned. Whatever efforts are being made by General Batamana and everybody must be twinned with good governance. And he made that point very, very clearly. So the Sahel, they are doing everything. Ghana has exceeded its limits when it comes to the reaction, but the rest will depend on how the executive responds. And also others, not just where executive is spread over to all appointees who have a duty to play in ensuring good governance in the country. And the key is good governance. Security is only a small part of it. If you are able to respond appropriately, then you can be assured that there will be stability. Now, what is the way ahead? The general and others have educated us on what can lead to security challenges. Now, what are the possible reactions from governments? And I see that the presidents of our sub-region are eager to find a solution. Recently, they were in Sierra Leone to try and deal with how they can gather logistics to support security operations, medical supplies, weapons, and other materials they need to be able to find a solution. But that is not enough. Initially, during the colonial period, Africa was divided into French, English, and other colonial powers. So our policies have not really been synchronized. And it was difficult in our earlier days in the security when we met some of our French-oriented and others. It looks as if we belong to different groups. So that colonial impact has been there in terms of our policies. But I think now we are speaking the same language. Because what heads of state in Africa, from my intelligence, is that they want to find a way out. So at this forum, maybe we can have a reflection. How do we get out? Are we going to have interaction with the terrorists? Is it possible that? But my view is that in this kind of stalemate, you look for opportunities. You look for opportunities. Are there opportunities? Are there some who are beginning to waver? And I believe if we engage, there'll be a solution. We have also to find out if the decision we took in January 2024 to exclude these AES from the ECOWAS, whether it was the right decision. We can go back and reflect. Was it a good decision? Well, if we don't have to concede, but I think all initiatives must be encouraged. Are we going to, in some kind of security arrangements, economic arrangements, whatever it is? So it is a time that we try to find solutions. And meanwhile, those who have not got into that situation, we should not wait for events to overtake us. Let us move towards good governance so that we don't get there in the first place. It's all well and good try to identify the causes of instability. But we need to get to instability before we try to find solutions. So that is also a challenge for those countries that are still in a democratic state. Because the radicals, they are not for solutions. They've created their own government within government. They are collecting illicit taxes. They are negotiating movements. And sometimes I like Africans. They know how to negotiate their way through. If you are going to bring tomatoes, you only move when you have paid all sides. And that is the reality, because my first posting in the security service was to the Ghana-Togo border. No smuggler will move from the border to Kumasi without going to pay his way all through to Kumasi. So whenever he gets to the barrier, they already know his vehicle and they say, you can go. So in the border areas, they've negotiated their way. If you are going to bring tomatoes, you have to negotiate both with the tourists and the government side. So you never move unless you have done your negotiation. So there's the local wisdom that has enabled us to survive over the years. But on a serious note, let us find a way out. Let this crisis, because it's causing a lot of suffering. Governments in those areas are dealing with the main towns. The rest is challenging. And also there's danger to security operations. Sometimes you go and attack a village because you suspect that village of collaborating with the rebels. It is never so. What do you want them to do? If they are not careful, the moment government forces leave, they come and kill them. So there is this negotiation, and the danger in security operations is that if you are not careful, you turn the people against the government. So it has to be carefully assessed. So, Your Grace, brothers and sisters, let us hope that we find a way out, because Africans are distressed, and you have heard of states going to Sierra Leone recently, 2 weeks or so ago, to meet and then think about logistics to support the fight against the rebels. It tells you that now we are looking for solutions, just as we are also looking for solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for setting the tone. And now to our panel members, the other panel members. It's only Mr. Francis Boku that will get the amount of time he got. Okay. Thank you so much. So we'll now take the opening remarks also from Dr. Emma Yabri Kuran. She's speaking on assessing Ghana's vulnerabilities to violent extremist threats and the adequacy of its early warning systems. You're fine. Thank you.
Your Grace, senior clergy, spokesperson of the Chief Imam, my former boyfriend, religious leaders present here, Tim, General, permit me to stand on the existing protocols. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the Catholic Bishops' Conference and the Governance, Justice and Peace Directorate, as well as the Sahel Peace Initiative that I'm learning a lot more about, for this wonderful work that they are doing and for convening this very timely dialogue to examine Ghana's preparedness in addressing the growing security challenges. I had here emanating from the Sahel, but I'm changing my mind about it. I don't want to use the word anymore because obviously, amongst ourselves, there are lots of things that we are not necessarily doing. If you look at the security landscape in West Africa, it's changed significantly over the last decade. I think General Tim talked about the expansion of violent extremist groups from the Central Sahel, which has also increased the vulnerabilities of coastal nations, including Ghana. And while we have not necessarily experienced a terrorist attack per se, our neighboring countries, Benin, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, have all experienced varying levels of attack over the last few years. And the recent killing of Ghanaian tomato traders in Burkina Faso shows us that we are already being affected by the insecurity in our borders. And so my presentation will examine some of the vulnerabilities of to violent extremism threats and assess some of the our adequacy, the adequacy of our early warning systems. I may not necessarily be politically correct. If you would permit me, I think His Grace is here, so I would hide under the cover of His Grace has already given me his cover, so I will proceed. I think General Tim talked about some of the challenges that we've seen in the region. And let's look at some of the socioeconomic and governance challenges. We've seen that violent extremist groups are exploiting youth unemployment, poverty, social exclusion, weak state presence, and governance deficits. There was a picture that General Tim showed of a certain man called Iyad Agali, an interesting man who keeps metamorphosing over the years. This is a man who is a businessman more than a terrorist. And he has been able to exploit political weaknesses to survive every regime that comes into power in the Sahel. And he's able to make critical alliances, no matter which regime is in power. And he has a lot of local support because he provides services and a lot to local population. If we come to Ghana, we have a lot of local grievances arising from chieftaincy disputes. We have land conflicts. We have marginalization and limited public services. And these are creating opportunities for extremist recruitment and influence. And so we are not necessarily immune. And that is why I wanted to change my word emanating from the Sahel, because all the factors are here, all the early warning signals are here. And maybe one question that I'm going to pose to our security actors here in this room and we can debate it a little bit during the question and answer session is, Ghana hasn't had a major attack. Is it because we are so good? Is it because our security institutions are doing so well? Is it because of God's grace and his grace's prayers over us? Is it because of Chief Imam who always is so embracing of all of us? Is that the case? Or maybe there are other things. So these are some of the critical questions that we need to ask ourselves. If we look at illegal mining, galamsey, and organized crime, now we've seen how illegal mining has evolved from an environmental challenge into an emerging national security concern. So somebody's asking, why am I bringing illegal mining or galamsey into this conversation? Why am I bringing transnational organized crimes into this conversation? We know that it is associated with the proliferation of small arms, organized criminal networks, drug trafficking, human trafficking, money laundering, illicit financial flows. These transnational organized crimes are exploited by violent extremist groups. And earlier on, I was talking about the businessman Iyag Agali, who has to finance his movement. And so he engages, or his group engages in transnational organized crimes to be able to operate. And so it is important that we put all of these things into context. You know, in Ghana, we have places, I'm sure Tim will talk about it, Dollar Power, other places where security institutions are there, but somehow have closed their minds to what is there because of either what they get or what they've been told to look for, right? Like I said, I'm still operating under His Grace's umbrella. There was a discussion earlier on where Tim was talking about the see something, say something. And there have been people who have said something and there has been no outcome. And General referred to it, you know, the Paga situation, where the Paga youth movement, a group of young people who had seen something, and it wasn't a small thing that they saw. It was an aircraft that had come day one. Day two, they alerted security institutions. The third time, they were told that, oh, okay, stay away, right? And there's no feedback. I'll give you a scenario. I was once somewhere in a certain country and I had a bus accident. And 6 months later, I got a letter in the mail telling me that this is the outcome of the investigation and the bus driver has been reprimanded. So I asked myself, so what? What will I use this information for? But that's accountability. If I see something and say something and there's no feedback to tell me this is the outcome of the information you gave me, why should I say something the next time I see something? I'll keep it to myself. If you just give me 1 more minute, because General Tim came hard at civil society organizations and think tanks and our research, I'm also going to come a little bit hard at him and security institutions. We have security personnel who will sell Ghana for 50 Ghana cedis. And that is true. And that's a cause for concern. How do we resolve it? How do we ameliorate it? You know, so you can have all the frameworks that we discussed earlier on, but if you have somebody that is unconcerned and will sell a nation for 50 Ghana cedis, sometimes even less, you know, sometimes you give them 5 cedis, they are happy, you know, then we have cause, you know, to be concerned. We have issues of lack of coordination and collaboration among security institutions because sometimes there's competition. Everybody wants to be seen to be the entity that is doing so much. And so they don't even share information amongst themselves. How do we resolve these issues? And how do we ensure that it does not happen? there's a lot of overlap amongst the various functions of the security institutions. And that is a major cause for concern. And maybe when we are sleeping is because His grace is praying over us, and that is why we can sleep. All right, so I would like to end here. There will be more time to discuss. The human rights component is really something that I want to come at during the question and answer session, because when we are addressing terrorism or violent extremism, and we do not regard human rights, then that is cause for concern, because it leads to collateral damage that now leads to more radicalization. So I've just thrown the issues out, being a little provocative, but I'm protected. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brekoran. Now it's time to hear from Mr. Frank Wilson Buja. I don't know about you, but I'm enjoying this kind of arrangement. It really helps. So please, let's welcome Mr. Buja. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll just speak briefly on the DRIVE project. DRIVE simply means Development and Resilience Index Against Violent Extremism. Actually, what it does is to provide data on vulnerabilities and resilience, factors that could prevent or contribute to violent extremism. So precisely providing early warning data and also trying to help the target or the most vulnerable district work around some of the vulnerabilities, and also allowing leveraging in terms of how resistance capacity that we have in the country and other emerging issues that come across over the years. So this has been practiced in Côte d'Ivoire for a long period, and the experience has been good. In a community known as Tengrala in Côte d'Ivoire, research was done, or a survey was conducted in many districts, and that community or the prefecture was actually marked very low. They scored very low mark. And when the report was presented, the head of that prefecture took it seriously, improved the conditions of the people, trying to put in place measures. And by the following year, their score had moved from 6.5 to 8.4 over 10. So that is how the DRIVE project works. Effectively in Ghana, this is how it's going to, or it's working. There's National Steering Committee made up of state actors, including General Batabana's institutions, National Counter-Terrorism Fusion Center, National Peace Council, the Boundary Commission, and we have one representative from the civil society, CDD. And then there's also the International Advisory Group made up of development partners. And then in the northern sector, where the data is more pronounced, we have civil society groups collecting the data. We have just done a pilot in 12 districts. In the Upper West, we have Wa West, Sisala West, Lambusi, Kane, Sisala East, and the Upper East, we have Boku West, Bongo, and Tempeni. At the time of the data collection, we could not go to Boko because of the vulnerabilities and the other security implication. Savannah, Bole Bamboy, and Sola Tuna Karba. In fact, these two districts were selected because of the incident that happened last year in the Savannah region. Northeast, we have Chirepone, Bumprugu Yoyo, and then northern region, Saboba. So what we realized was that, one, the first thing is that in Ghana, those who are asking why we have not been attacked, one of it is that there are alternative ways of resolving conflict in Ghana. There are institutions, the religious institutions, and also the traditional system. So beyond the legal governance structures like the courts and others, we have other means of resolving conflicts. There's also social media present, no restriction as such, and that is where the security should also look at, because it is not restricted much like other countries, Uganda and other places. Because of that, some other people also use it to do the negative things. Mr. Paddy is here. We have few refugee camps actually in Ghana compared to many other countries in West Africa. And sometimes the refugee camps become breeding grounds for the extremists. And then there's also no reference to what we call the VDP, Volunteer for the Defense of the Homeland. In some of the countries that we are experiencing such things, the states get militias and other volunteers to act beyond the normal security institutions. We don't have such things in Ghana. One of the things that came up with the survey is also that largely many Ghanaians, particularly in the northern part, they know what will cause the or will trigger the violent extremist presence. And some of them mentioned that sudden appearance of strangers. So General, who is the other general? I've forgotten the name. He mentioned it. Yes, that these are the issues that we have to look out for. Smuggling of fuel and motorbikes across and all that enables them to act in the way that, and then temporary disappearance of young people who move, go and socialize and come back. All these things are warning signs to us. However, there's something that is also good. There's social cohesion, and that the intermarriages is a good ground for us, that we socialize in the weddings and the funerals and the cultural interchanges are all in a way to help us. The other thing is also about religious freedom. Many people who were interviewed said that they have the freedom to worship. So where there's no restriction on religious freedoms, there's that resilience to fight the violent extremist activities. We went further to find out the institutions that they trust. And one of them is religious bodies. So thank you for leading the program here today. The other aspect is that the Ghana Armed Forces, General, your people trust you sincerely. And even the president, he also scored very high mark, 77%. The chiefs and local institutions are well respected. The only institutions that was not too good was the Blue Water Guards. And it's a new one. And, people who are resisting their work will definitely also wouldn't like them. So they score them very low. So these are some of the reasons why we are not actually attacked yet. But I believe that we can do more. And one thing that also came up is that there's no restriction on Ghanaian children from going to school. So if you look at the educational rate, it's very high. And even with the current free SHS, more of our children who could easily be socialize in a different way, are going to school. And so these are some of the good signs that we pick. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Boja. A lot has been said about religious bodies and the church. I think it's time for us to delve deeper into their role in enhancing preparedness and early warning systems, strengthening faith-based structures for community resilience. Please, let's welcome the Director, Governance, Justice and Peace Directorate, Very Reverend Father Michael Kweko.
When I was asked to reflect on this, the first thing that came to mind was to tell a story of myself and the Archbishop of Kumasi when I was a seminarian and he was my rector. But I resisted the temptation, so I won't. I would rather tell you I would rather tell you the story of an archbishop who, like our own Archbishop Anochi, would visit a particular local Catholic school once a month and then say mass with them and then after that interact. You know that during mass, when the bishop or the priest is preaching, there's no Q&A. So you finish everything. But at this particular mass, there was a little boy who was sitting in front. And the gospel reading for the day was about where Jesus says, there will be weeping, wailing, and gnashing of teeth. As the Archbishop preached, the others were quite attentive, but this boy was really confused. So he put up his hand and said, But Archbishop, I have a question. He said, but we don't do this, but I have a question. He said, okay. What is your question? He says, you said those who are wicked, they'll be thrown into hell and they'll be weeping, wailing, and gnashing of teeth. He said, yes. That's what the scripture says. It says, but you see, my grandmother is very, very wicked, but she doesn't have teeth. And the Archbishop said, my son, don't worry, teeth will be provided. Now, all of us in a security, situation would want to hear somebody who will tell us, don't worry, this will be done. Don't worry, it will be taken care of. Somehow, we have been told not to worry in a very professional, spectacular way by General Tim, and we thank you for that. But he has also told us that in the end, it's not just about somebody telling you that it will be okay, that all of us are a part of it. And this is where I want to see where the church's role or religious bodies' role are of consequence. The religious bodies or the church, I would like to, if you want, picture as a contrast between the giraffe and the fox. The giraffe has a very long neck and is one of the animals with the biggest heart. And because of its height too, it has various, if you want, qualities. Its long neck is supposed to help it to see far, so vision. And its big heart is meant for it to be able to travel far, but also it's a sign of its love and warmth. But its sheer height represents for the other animals, if you want, a sense of direction and companionship. So when they see that the giraffe is there and it's not running away, then maybe there is no danger. And that is how religious bodies and the church have to be seen. To have the vision to see and perceive before even the rest of society sees it, because we have the gift of ubiquity. We are everywhere. I decided to count the number of mosques in East Legon where I live. Sheikh, I lost count. So if we count the mosques and count the churches, and we are deep down with the people, then we should be the ones who see far
But beyond seeing far and perceiving first, we have to have the heart which is big enough to care. So that is part of the churches and the religious bodies' role. It will interest you to know that we have not just invited General to be the keynote speaker because we know he is good, because in fact he is good. But the Catholic Church in Ghana has a real streamlined relationship with the security apparatus of the country. General came to meet the bishops and told them how important they were to this exercise. And General has been generous enough to give us contact persons, who deal with us on a daily basis. If there's this thing here in the field we should know, they tell us, and of course we also pass it to the bishops. So this relationship for me is very helpful. But of course, what about the various societies that we have in the church? Justice and Peace Commission. They're everywhere. Parish, deanery, diocese, various youth groups. They're everywhere. I mean, today we've seen sisters here. I don't know how many of you know that sisters, beyond just saying Hail Mary, also have a particular outlet to deal with, gender issues, conflict issues, and all of that. We have priests who are not just experts in security matters, but also in development and economic matters, which are necessary in building the blocks that we have. Father Terence is in charge of our Human Development Center. He has put up a scheme even to help some people who are struggling with financing their small businesses. Well, I wonder how many people would go wanting to be radicalized if they knew that they could be helped to start their own businesses. But let me end on this. For the church, for religious bodies, schools are not just places where we pass on information. They are places where character is formed. They are places where what we call privileged, specialized knowledge is brought down to become common knowledge, which, if you want, direct action which is necessary to fight radicalization. Our hospitals are not places where we only heal physical ailments. They are places of encounter and comfort, compassion, where the human person is told that we want you to be well because you matter. And most conflicts, are fueled by a sense of neglect and people feeling that they don't matter. Because in the end, the constituency of the church and religious bodies are not the territories. They are the human person. And that, if you ask me, is the greatest contribution of the church and religious bodies to this rather onerous task of building peace, of fighting against conflict, of resisting violent extremism. If we are reminded that we matter, and if the church and the religious bodies contribute to this sense that we matter, then, General, I hope that this will be valued as a necessary currency for this business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Reverend Father Michael Kweku. And it looks like the opening statement pretty much speaks to everything we want to talk about. But of course, I know there are still some nagging questions that we would want to touch on. Then we can open the floor to the public as well so that we can bring in our questions. But Mr. Francis Poku, I would want to start with you and also to the audience, the issue about security agencies being able to actually sell this country for 50 cedis or so, or less, or more. About the state in which they find themselves out there And we talk about preparedness, and I wonder what kind of preparation are we putting into our fight against terrorism when these people who are supposed to be manning our borders are sleeping in structures that maybe our dogs will not sleep in. Forgive me. But what have we put in place? At least you've talked about how you've served 7 governments up until now. What is it that makes us as a country that we do not put so much effort into those who are supposed to protect us that much, really? Then how are we fighting terrorism?
Thank you very much. It's all got to do with security governance. You are trained to be a security governor, and that means you go through a process, because before a person enters the security service, before entry, you go through the vetting process. That is, have an idea of your character right from primary school to university to any previous works you've done. So the recruitment process also must be considered. And even at the highest level, you determine who should do what. It's to do with deployment. There are certain people I'll never put on certain assignments, because even in heaven there are saints. There are saints. So the degree of trust must be established in every institution. Competence, reliability, honesty, those are there, whatever the institution. And I think the best example Christ gave us was Judas. Because even if he had a Judas, then wherever we are, in whatever environment, we must classify. So that is the best I can. It's to do with your own competence as a leader, how you select your people.
And also their welfare.
Well, that's another matter.
Well, in Judas's case, some would say he warned Jesus about the way he was being taken care of, giving all the money to others and not taking care of them. Isn't that what we are experiencing? If we are not taking care of the people who are supposed to protect us, if they come, wouldn't they take the 50 cedis?
Yeah, they will certainly take the 50 cedis, and then they will also want to be the ones that take the decision on who takes the 50 cedis. And so that's why we are having the problems that we have. We've seen that increasingly we have our priorities wrong. That is why, and in general, I don't want to put ideas into your head. In certain places, when a certain security entity feels neglected, they will cause a little skirmish. And then it will reset the minds of those that need to give the money to say, let's pay attention. let's pay attention to this group. And then they get the resource. It's been done, right? But that is not what I'm advocating for. The point I'm saying is that it's important that we get our priorities right in this country. And it seems we do not have it right. We seem to relax. We are unconcerned. And we have left our security institutions to fend for themselves. They are not always innocent. There are lots of them that cut deals with the political class and undermine their own institutions. And so there's so much that is happening that we need to emphasize and work on. There's no perfect institution, and I think it's important that as we are helping, or as a state is helping the security institutions, they too, as Mr. Poku said, also weed out the ones that are causing problems. And it's extremely difficult. I think as you are cleaning up, more are coming. As you clean, more are coming. And I think they are doing a lot of good work. But as you said, they need a lot of support.
I'll stay with you briefly because you mentioned the issue about the information that we give, what exactly it goes into, and is it accounted for? You talked about your accident and how months after you were giving a report about what it was used for. In our case, See Something, Say Something was launched, I think about 4 years or so ago. Do we know what exactly that has produced? You talked about the systems in place, really, the information people actually give, but what is it used for? are we supposed to be accounted to? What do you see are the weaknesses in these early warning systems?
I think the See Something, Say Something campaign was very good. But I think where it was missing was the lack of education on what specifically to see and what to report on. And so I'm sure General will testify on the fact that they received a lot of information that they couldn't do anything with. But they also received, as he reported, information that they also were able to act upon. So I think beyond the campaign to say, see something, say something, you need to educate Ghanaians. What are the things that should draw your attention? Because, I mean, earlier on, there was a conversation around when they are strangers. But, you know, we always see strangers. Is it every stranger that we should report? What are some of the things that we need to look out for? We are not saying every person should become a security analyst or an intelligence specialist, but at least, you know, we need some direction to know what to see, how to look further. Otherwise, it will just be kokonsa that we are doing, and so we need a lot more work. And I think that campaign started, and then it just died as quickly as it came, and it didn't move any. Oh, somebody saw my source. I'm so sorry, kokonsa. I thought you've been here long enough to know kokonsa. Gossip, exactly. You know, so I think that the campaign needs to have been sustained, but it started, died, and nothing much was heard about it. Okay. It's really good, but it needs a bit more work.
Well, Mr. Poja, I know that you want to contribute to it, and then also Mr. Poku also wants to add to what Madam Birikuran was talking about. So maybe we'll hear from you, Mr. Poja, on it. Then I'll come to Mr. Poku before I come to you.
Okay. I think that in terms of the campaign, what has happened to it is that we have all, as practitioners and those of us working around these issues, have sent our work to the northern part of the country. So we are more concentrated in the northern part of the country than in the southern part. So that is one thing that we have to look at. I always tell my friends within the security circle that too much concentration in the northern part could leave the south and the middle belt vulnerable, in the sense that at a point in time, the United States of America thought that these people were coming direct to attack us. They beef up all the security at the ports, at the harbors, and all that. The people came in, stayed with them for a long time. They learned and then acted. So if we should lose sight of the southern and the middle belt, maybe we are creating more of the vulnerability. However, if you go to the northern part of the country, they know a lot. They know a lot. And I can testify that they know a lot. So I think we need to spread the campaign across the western corridor and the western corridor and the eastern corridor, and also the southern and middle belt. That is what we have to do.
So when you say they know a lot as compared to what you have witnessed here, at least you did a survey.
Yeah.
So tell us, what do they look out for there that those in the southern part do not look out for or actually raise concerns about? Because somebody, Dr. Vladimir Dansu mentioned that there was a bag that was left at the Accra Mall trying to test whether people will actually raise concerns about it. And that bag was there the whole day. Yeah. Nobody raised concerns.
Okay. So for them, because of the long period of engagement and multiple actors, civil society groups, the security agencies themselves, engaging them, they have become aware of who is entering a community. And so when you enter a community, they are expecting you to report to, let's say, the chief of the community or a police station or immigration officer, or depending on which security agency is present in that community. They know about such things. And if you look at what I said, that they are also more, or they trust more of their local institutions, the chiefs, the religious leaders, and all that. Or even sometimes the leaders of the ethnic groups within such communities. So the expectation is that wherever you come from, particularly beyond the borders, when you come down, there will be a local leader that you should report yourself to. And in some communities, they have made that arrangement with even those who they know that will cross the border, even with those who come with the cattle and all that. So they report to a certain institution. As I said, that is not moved down here. And that is what maybe is the gap that we have to look at.
Okay. Well, before I come to you further, Mr. Puku, you wanted to add something too, so that you can use this. Yes.
Yes, we shouldn't forget that there are other agencies where the public is communicating sensitive information too. And also, if what I heard is true, that means over 99% of those who phoned in had fake reports. People were reporting their neighbors if they were not happy with neighbors for other reasons. But it's whoever is receiving the report must make an assessment as to the motive for the information. And I think that is the problem, that is there are other secure ways where really very sensitive information can come. But I think this see something, say something hasn't gone the way that the public understand. You see, it's very useful, but whoever is informing, it's important that his motive be well established. And that is, unfortunately, I don't believe that has gone well.
Okay. Well, let's move to the religious bodies, the church, the traditional authorities, the Muslim groups as well, and all that, all the religious bodies that we have. Is it really interfaith as it ought to be? Or is that the Muslims are working in isolation, the Christians are working in isolation, traditional worshippers are also working in isolation, such that it's just scattered?
Okay. Well, I have a feeling that if Sheikh Hussein was here, he would educate us even better on that. But I'll give you a scenario. Sometime last year, I was there and I received an email from CRS to go and do a fellowship at Notre Dame University. The one who sent me the email, well, now doesn't work with CRS. She's the country director of BRAC. But I'll mention her name, then you will see whether she was a Catholic. She's called Madame Jamila to Moshood.
She's here.
It shows that some effort is being made, but a deeper understanding of what true dialogue means ought to be had. Because as Sheikh would tell us, just an aggregation of religious people with goodwill does not amount to real interreligious dialogue. We ought to be able to find common grounds for common action, to be able to determine what we can do together for our own good, rather than being, if you want, parochial in our vision and our interest. Because I remember very much, there was a time not long ago when, and this was even within our church, we asked for a certain amenity from a bigger body, and they said, "Oh, we have no money." And then a month after, just one diocese was able to provide a bigger version of the same amenity within its diocese. All I'm saying is that until we have understood the need for collective action and real, effort together to be able to fight this, it will just be coming and being nice, which we are very good at. But being nice is not enough. I think we need to be able to go deeper and find what we can do together. Next month, God willing, our Muslim brothers and sisters will meet with the Catholic Bishops' Conference, and they've been doing this for a few years now. Sheikh Arimiyao, who is my big brother, he himself has told me that this time around we are not just coming to have conversation all of that. We want to, beyond even the collective action together, to form a possible sort of team to make sure that whatever is agreed on is really executed. So yes, we've done something, but I think we can do better.
Okay. Well, in all this though, just before we go to the plenary, we've talked extensively about the fact that you are in church or anywhere you are, if you see something, you say something, at least tell the catechist. I heard Dr. Bana mention it. Maybe tell the priest, tell anybody or the usher. Do they know what you're supposed to look out for? When you tell the lay person or you tell the priest himself, is there any form of training that has gone on such that when I tell my imam, they know where to go, they know what to do with that information that they get?
I think it's a yes and a no. General has proposed to the bishops the formation of security committees at various levels, and that is being worked on. Conversation has been had, and we're going to work on that. But I remember talking to my boss, Father Henry Aholu. I help him out on Sundays. So one of the days I asked him, boss, but if beyond, sometimes you hear when you're going for collection, take your bag along, because there might be thieves and all of that. I mean, it is good piece of announcement, because of course you don't know who the thief is. But who beyond the announcement is really responsible for looking out for A, B, or C? If you saw something happening in the church, who are you supposed to talk to? We haven't put in those protocols. So we say generally, see something, tell somebody. Well, Father is saying mass. Yeah. By the time he finishes mass, your purse has reached Abubulushi. So all I'm saying is that we need to be able to put in place the protocols. At our level, at the National Secretariat, we're working with General and his team to be able to articulate the protocols at the various levels. And we hope that at the diocesan and then parish levels too, there will be bodies and protocols to direct people as to what to do when.
Okay. Well, let's come. You help. Thank you, Father. Shouldn't be sending you. Okay, so we'll take the first batch of questions and contributions. We'll take 5. Preferably females first, but it's fine. So I have Sheikh. Oh, yes. Okay, so we'll do, yes. So we'll do the first 3 and then outdoor.
Thank you very much. This one, I want to give it to Major General. We see the influx of foreign nationals who come and they parade on our streets. From a purely security point of view, and within the context of what we are concerned about, has there been any attempt to even find out who they are and how to register them, even if they have to be allowed to stay in the country? Which are the areas that we could have organized some network to ensure that as they come in, we know who they are and what are the possibilities that through them some terrorists can enter. The other issue, see something, say something. I want to use the communitarian spirit of our communities, or what we call social solidarity, or shared responsibility of care within our local communities. I visited one of my teachers long time ago at a village called Obonsar in the central region. As a Karachi, I was in my white shirt and tucked in my trousers, well dressed, and I boarded a bone shaker in the village. So I was waiting for the car to get full, so I'll be transported to Mankasim where I could make further my journey. Then an old lady looking at me in the car walked slowly to the car. Then she looked at me and said, Abrante, now say her. Yes, an old lady. She thought I was not a familiar person. So Abrante, now say her. Do you all understand Fanti?
No.
Now, young kind of cheer. Abrante, now also ofi her. Ofi Kroimo. Do you come from this village? That's the question she asked me. You see, so this is exactly how the shared responsibility of care within our community is, because she saw somebody that she's not familiar with. So maybe we need to work more on this: say something, see something, say something, and then make it more publicly owned. And I think that will be most helpful.
Okay,
Thank you.
We'll come to you, Mr. Jonah. I just want to do the first three here, then we'll take. Everybody will get a chance.
Alors, merci beaucoup. J'ai une contribution, c'est pas une question. Et je voudrais demander à Monsieur Sampebego s'il peut traduire ce que je vais dire en anglais. Vous pouvez prendre le micro, comme ça va être en même temps.
You want a microphone?
Alors, il y a une question qui est revenue à plusieurs reprises. Le problème est-il déjà là ou est-il à venir, c'est ça?
Oui.
Voilà.
He's saying that a question was asked to know if the problem is to become or it is already here.
Alors, je voudrais dire que si ici au Ghana, on constate des cas de radicalisation, on constate des cas de pauvreté et de corruption, c'est que les conditions sont en train d'être réunies et le terreau est favorable. Et si la graine du terrorisme est semée, eh bien, c'est parti. Donc, autant on ne peut pas dire qu'on est prêt parce que se préparer est un processus, autant le terrorisme aussi avance.
That if we are experiencing or seeing some signals of drivers of violent extremism and terrorism in Ghana, it is like we are gathering all the elements for the problem to exist.
Je voudrais aussi dire que face au terrorisme, il n'y a pas de complaisance à avoir parce que nous connaissons des pays qui ont été complaisants avec des groupes quand le terrorisme n'était pas encore arrivé dans leur territoire. Et aujourd'hui, ces pays sont maintenant gagnés.
Sorry, I was disturbed.
Voilà, donc attirer aussi l'attention sur le fait qu'il n'y a pas de complaisance à avoir avec le terrorisme parce que les terroristes n'ont pas d'amis.
There is no complacency to have with terrorism and violent extremism because this phenomenon has no friend.
Dans certains pays, on a abrité, il ne faut pas cacher. Au Burkina Faso, on a hébergé des gens qui étaient au Mali, qui ont travaillé comme des indépendantistes en son temps, à qui nous avons offert le couvert et le gîte, et qui aujourd'hui sont devenus des terroristes avérés. Et dans les villages, quelquefois quand les terroristes arrivent, ils cherchent à rassurer les populations en leur disant « Nous n'allons pas vous attaquer, c'est pas vous qu'on cherche, c'est d'autres personnes ». Et quand ils arrivent à s'implanter, ils se retournent maintenant contre les populations.
Taking the example of Burkina Faso, in the past, we hosted some terrorism on the banner of independentists, and what they did was to ensure local communities that they are not enemies, and they are trying. They tried to ensure local communities, but we know after what they were able to do against those communities.
Quand le problème a commencé au Mali, les Burkinabés aussi se sont posé la question, est-ce qu'il est là ou pas encore là? Et c'est sans doute la question qui a été posée aussi au Niger. Est-ce que le problème est déjà là ou il n'est pas là? Et un beau jour, ça a éclaté.
When it started in Mali, we were asking ourselves this question to know if the problem is already in our country, or it is coming. And it was the same in Niger, and we saw after when rapidly it comes inside the country.
Le Ghana a la chance parce que le Ghana voit ce qui s'est passé dans les autres pays. Vous êtes témoin de ce qui s'est passé dans les autres pays, et cela devrait alerter davantage les Ghanéens pour qu'ils ne se disent pas le problème n'est pas encore là. Le problème est là. Le problème est là. Et quand nous lancions le SPI, les premiers pays qui constituaient le SPI, c'était le Niger et le Mali et le Burkina, qui étaient gagnés par le terrorisme. Et le Ghana et la Côte d'Ivoire sont venus par solidarité pour dire nous sommes tous frères et nous allons travailler ensemble. Et le fait qu'il y ait ce flux de réfugiés qui s'accompagne aussi de certaines pratiques, de certaines personnes qui ne sont pas toujours de bonnes personnes, tout cela peut être un facteur déclencheur ou en tout cas favorisant donc l'implantation du terrorisme dans nos pays.
Okay, the Ghana has the chance to see what the Central Sahel countries are experiencing as problems with terrorism. So I would say that Ghana has time to get prepared to counter this phenomena, but we have to consider that the problem already exists in Ghana, to be more aware of this problem. And he also added the fact that the membership of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire in SPI is a good asset for us. Those who are already responding to the crisis, and those who are working on the prevention, where the prevention window is still open.
Je m'excuse, je vais finir avec ça. C'est un message des évêques. Ce qui se fait par le SPI, c'est toujours fait dans les différents pays. Donc, l'aide humanitaire, le dialogue interreligieux, l'accompagnement psychologique, ça s'est toujours fait dans chacune des conférences épiscopales. Mais face au phénomène du terrorisme, les évêques ont dit, il nous faut nous tenir par la main. Il nous faut travailler ensemble. Il faut qu'il y ait la paix à nos frontières. Il faut que nous avancions comme un seul peuple. Alors, nous invitons toutes les personnes qui ont également cette vision à accompagner le SPI pour que nous puissions travailler à amener la paix à nos frontières et à consolider la paix dans nos différents pays. Merci.
This is a call for bishops to join SPI as Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire are member of SPI, even if the problem that they are experiencing is not so serious as in the Central Sahel, but it is like a solidarity with those countries. The same call is also launched for all persons of goodwill to join this endeavor to help foster cohesive societies in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Abraham Agoni with the British High Commission.
We can't hear you, Abraham.
You are against me. I'm Abraham with the British High Commission, and my question is in relation to what Dr. Bernkrank spoke about briefly around coordination. One of the challenging things, even as a development partner, is engaging with government institutions that come to you with the same energies, the same level of ambition, and then you lose out on the points where they are actually working together. In the case of the security context that we are looking at, we have the national security, who have the strategy they are working to, the CT Fusion Center, there's the AES Envoy's Office, there is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course, that also has a mandate around that. There's the Ministry of Defense and a plethora of other government agencies that all have specific things that they want to do. I guess it's one of the questions I wanted to put straight to Major General Batabana around what is consciously being done at this point to try and reconcile all of the strategies that are already in place, such that if a development partner wants to support government of Ghana in building resilience or preparedness or early warning systems, then you know where to engage. But at the moment, it's the UK, for instance, is relating with the national security and relating with other security agents on different levels for different priorities. But it's, for me, for this particular forum, I'm just curious to know how pragmatically these things really could be reconciled. And then just briefly around the capacity and expertise for religious leaders for managing information, what specific ones you're looking at, and if already there is an interest to start something in the pipeline, it would be good to also take that away. Thank you.
Thank you. The partnership has come. He's quickly taking his notebook.
Good afternoon. My name is Melody Azinim with the United Nations Development Program. Mine is more of a contribution, and then maybe there'll be a question. Just to add on to what Abraham just said about the coordination, I think it's very important to know as a country which institution is the lead in terms of coordinating when it comes to issues of our work around preventing violent extremism and countering terrorism. I give an example because we work on a regional project that has other coastal states. And for example, in Togo, where they have the CIPLEF, I don't know the English version of it, but when it comes to everything around counterterrorism and preventing violent extremism, this is the main institution. You can't go talking to any other person. And I think sometimes in Ghana, that is one of the challenges, because then we tend to talk to different institutions here and there. You don't have that clear coordination. So I think it's something we also need to look at, to be very clear, because you can have that coordination body and then you have the other institutions that work under them. So once you are dealing with them, if there's a specific area, then you can be referred to that specific institution that have that mandate to engage with. And I think that makes it easier for our colleagues in Togo to really have that. So I think it's something that we need to look at. General is here, we've been discussing and supporting them even in the review of the framework. And to also talk about the issue, contribute to the issue about the see something, say something. I think it's something that also needs to be looked at very carefully. Because in our work over the years, I'll say like a span of 6 years now, we started some work with WASI 2019 build on. One of the challenges is the issue of the accountability. You know, when community members report something to you, they want to get feedback that whether it was really true when you follow through with your investigation or not, so that in future they can feel confident and part of the process to come back to report. But if they don't get any response, then it's like, okay, maybe it was not even relevant, so why should we keep bothering ourselves to report? And I today understood a bit more of the levels of the reporting, you know, from what General said during his presentation. Because like Dr. Emma said earlier on, during the initial sensitization of the see something, say something, it was more focused on like just about the traits. But today, I got to understand that even issues of development challenges at the community level, you know, about issues of broken pipes and all those things need to be reported at a certain level. And I think this is what we need to initiate the campaign and to be very clear about the levels of reporting. But even with the levels of reporting, there are certain communities where, depending on the kind of threat, you can report to the chief, you can report to the assemblyman, but if it is beyond them, the phone networks don't even work there. And they need to contact the security. The road network is very bad. I mean, last week I was in Busa South, and then just from Navrongo moving towards Sandema, we were getting Burkina Faso's network. You know, we're getting network from across. Even from Damango, when you're going towards Sola, you're getting a network from across. And it makes it difficult to even communicate internally in Ghana.
Okay.
So these are things that we need to look at, because sometimes some of the things and the response required goes beyond the chief, goes beyond the religious leaders in those communities and need to be taken to the security. Okay. But then access is also a challenge. So let's look at all this in a holistic manner to make it even more effective to help all of us deal with the issue. Because like Father said, the threat is here, but we need to be better prepared to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take the fifth one. I'll come back.
I'm Sedi Yakubu from the Ahmadiyya Mission, a retired Deputy Commissioner of Customs Preventive. This issue of coordination is so important that we have to look at it very well. I can remember at a point in time, the US government introduced to us what we call Security Governance Initiative. I don't know what is happening now, but it's so important a program that we need to emphasize on that program. In that, they even redefined a border. What is a border? It's not because we are with Cote d'Ivoire or Togo. Anywhere we have direct flights to, you have a border of that place. Because things can be carried from that place straight into your border. So some of these terrorists, we should not expect them that they are going to Mali. They will go by road to Mali. They may fly into Ghana, do the studies before they react. They just don't get up and act. So our borders, regarding any place that we have direct flight from into Ghana, we have a border with them. Geographically, our locations, some of them are just making us vulnerable. Kofi Badukrum, the pillars are in the middle of the town. Your wife can sleep in Cote d'Ivoire and you will sleep in Ghana. And if you are there as a security man, you have to be very, 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 very intelligent in a manner that you don't cause an issue that they can beat you up. So what I'll call on that the security agencies now, let's please improve so much on our intelligence at such places. From Ho going to Aflao, Batomi Junction area, some parts of the left is Togo. Lake Lebedafo, Kamiduga, you go there, the pillars are meandering in and out. You go to Ayoma, the cocoa farms extend to Togo. The dangers we have are just many. So let's look at that. The intelligence.
Okay.
Very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yakubu. So there are issues, I don't know if Dr. Batabana, you would want to come in also on this. There are issues about the coordination. I'm not sure we would want to take it from here. So the issue about coordination and then, yes.
Okay, so I would just say thank you for all the questions and all the concerns raised. For us, we are very satisfied. We want our citizens to show concern about the way they are being provided security. We are only servants. We don't serve the altar. Anyway, we serve the people. So we certainly are very much interested in what you think about whatever we provide you. Because what we provide you basically is what you give in us, give to us. Remember that the security services are a microcosm of the society. Do you know who taught me that? It was, what do you call him at all? General Benkusi, when he was 2IC to the late Atipu in 1BN. He told us that the security services are a microcosm of the society they serve. So, like we spoke to you about the framework. The framework is a product of you. Nobody sat at the National Security Council Secretariat or at the presidency to come out with a document to serve you. And that's why with it, you see that the role of the state beyond strategic direction is virtually negligible. That so much is given for the non-informal sector. Even let's come back to the statistics. How many of us are in the public sector? We are less than 700,000 people in the public sector in this country. Meanwhile, our population is 32 million. So you cannot downplay the role of the CSOs and all these other agencies and expect success. No, it's not possible. And increasingly, from some of the questions, I still see that there's a difficulty, Honorable Poku, that we still have to deal with. That the understanding of this particular threat is still a challenge. Staying here for 3 hours has not been sufficient. Adding the hours spent yesterday have not been sufficient. Violent extremism is an English terminology. I agree. Terrorism is an English word. I agree. The nuances of these words go beyond the understanding some of us have around it. And that's why we try to talk about the nature of the threats. That is not just physical security issues. Your banks, there's an electronic aspect of it that affects cryptocurrency and all those other funny things that we have around. Are all sources the smartest use to fuel the funds that they require to keep their wheels rolling. We have to all to be humble and accept that much as is English language, much as is French that is used in talking about violent extremism and terrorism, we need a deeper understanding of the nuances of it, its manifestations, to be able to adequately strategize to handle it. For those who have done that, they know that the state is incapable of handling it alone. If it is outright classical limited war, nobody would seek your opinion. No. Nobody. If it's sufficient for the intelligence agencies to provide us with the accurate information we want to be able to secure the border with Togo, nobody would require you. Because we have BNI, well-resourced, well-experienced, and we have the DI, we have PID. They are all there, but for classical threats. But the nuances of this particular threat we're talking about go beyond the capacity of just the state law enforcement agencies. Okay. Why should the priest be involved in fighting terror? We say fight, and normally it will be as if you're going to throw a blow. I don't know the last time His Grace threw a blow. So you see the complexities of the threats. Yeah. Let's be humble and accept that we need a bit more of patience to be able to imbibe all those other things that are in there. Now let's get to the issue about the influx. The influx, this is Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana. Mm-hmm. Our foreign policy has 5 pillars. One of the very important pillars is Pan-Africanism. The second one is talking about good neighborliness. We spoke about the value of the Ghanaian hospitality today. These are values we have. Do we want to neglect them? Do we want to jettison them because of terror? Let's answer. We can choose to. And that's why I drew your attention to the danger that people, I don't want to use the word xenophobic, but you can scratch the lower limits of xenophobia without knowing you are scratching the lower limits of xenophobia. And that's why I cautioned you about the language you use in addressing me, in addressing my neighbor. You can just be xenophobic without consciously deciding to be xenophobic in your own processes. And I believe if we are honest with ourselves, we know that there are times we scratch the base of it. Migrants. Who here can tell me where the grandfather comes from? Apart from the ones who are supposed to be the original Ghanaians, as far as this territory is concerned. Sheikh, where does your grandfather come from? Don't answer. I'll ask His Grace. So these are the issues. We have long-standing historical complexities. We can't go bath in any river to divorce ourselves of those complexities. But we can survive, and we have survived with those complexities. We can continue to survive with those complexities. Mm. We just have to make a conscious effort. Okay. So yes, the migrants come, GIS is doing its best. They do the registration. They do screening before the people filter around. Mm. And what I know for sure is that even last week, a diplomatic effort is being made about addressing the presence of the beggars here. We have repatriated them, I think about 3 months ago. For those of you who are media savvy, you would have known that we repatriated some. But listen to me, and carefully too. People, I've already told you that they don't come here because they love Ghana. They are running away from fear. They are running away because they think that if I go to Ghana, I'll be alive. There are tribes, ethnic groups that are endangered species across your borders. Le Peul. Ils sont menacés. Vous savez ça? Est-ce qu'il doit rester là-bas et mourir? Qui va faire ça? S'il sait bien que si j'arrive au Ghana, au moins, le salut est là. Dois-je rester là-bas et mourir? It's not rational for you to see death and stay with death. When we used to have the coup d'etat in Ghana, you people would get, a good number of you would get your visas and run out of Ghana because you didn't want to die. General Benkusi Alai. So we have been through this before. We just like it that for the last maybe 30 years thereabout, we have been very stable. The business community of Ghana, how many of them were staying in Ghana? Today is the turn of people across the border to seek succor. And that's why they come around. Mr. Adi is here. He is in charge of the refugees. He's been with the refugee for well over 10 years, I believe.
More than
8 years. 18. So he can tell you. They don't come here because they love us. They are running away because of lack of expression. They are not, in some of the instances, conscience. You are allowed your conscience. You can insult John Mahama and go away. You can do whatever. Some people have been told that forget democracy. So what do you want the politician there to do? So there are several categories of people coming here. When you talk about the migration, be careful. You have journalists who cannot practice. So they have to come here. Where's Maugbe? Ifu Maugbe. Yes, you can practice. So there's no problem. If you can't practice, most likely you relocate to Abuja. So it's not just the farmers that are migrating into your country. No. We have people who, because of ethnicity, are not sure of their tomorrow, so they come. We have people who do not want to die, they come. We have people who are not allowed to practice their trade, they come. Should Ghana begin to reject them? We can, if we decide to. Then where is the compassion we're talking about this morning?
Okay.
Compassion may not be in our legislative books. No. But certainly you require it if we really believe we are humans.
Major General, there was a question also about whether there is a concise effort to reconcile all our strategies as a country. That's
The
like
coordination
the number
issues.
of agencies, yes.
Okay, so the multiplicity, I'm happy it was the British High Commission people who asked this question. There's something called colonization. And afterwards, we continue the practices our colonizer left us. So I'm speaking English to an audience that is more than 90% Ghanaian. Even when you take my uniform, the way it's sewn the British style. So when it comes to our state institutions, Honorable Poku would agree, they are also modeled according to those same inherited colonial legacies. I'm not saying that after 69 years, we cannot change them. But it will take us time to reform them gradually. The security sector in Ghana is undergoing what we call security sector reform. After the National Reconciliation Commission issues, we have ever since that time always consciously tried to reform one thing at a time. But reformation in the security sector is like preparing wine. It takes time, you solidify and you move on to the next stage. That is how it is. When it comes to the multiplicity, we also have an issue again. Let me get back to Emma about the tyranny of best practices. That's how I call it, tyranny. They come and tell you that in this place, the customs officer is supposed to do A, B, and C. In this other place, narcotics officer is supposed to do A, B, and C. So when you take your airport, for instance, it's almost like a brigade of security officers you see. Because the supposed best practices have been able to convince all our other agencies to say that you all have a role to play at the airport. So they all go to the airport. And so it is with the Bossex and all over the place. Yes, we certainly have to bite the bullet. What do you call him at all? Absunian. Indu. Yes, he was made minister for public sector reform. And as of now, I think we still have an executive secretary for public sector reform. If our leaders have maintained that we need to reform the public sector, it is not it doesn't preclude the security sector. We need to take that seriously. And for people like Emma and Go who are in those sectors, you need to certainly hammer that the values of security sector reform need to be sustained.
Okay.
They shouldn't be, what do you call it? according to the desires of other persons.
Major General, we'll take more and then we'll come back on it because I'm sure there will be more questions for
Okay,
you.
so yeah, that is it. So the interagency coordination, if we have the reforms taking place very well, we won't have too much to worry about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Father Kweku, there was a question for you about the concerted effort for training.
Well, on capacity, I think that one of the gifts, but sadly sometimes possibly the weakness of religious bodies is the abundance of structures, but which have not been properly purposed things. So, for instance, we have the Justice and Peace Commissions. Ask them what they are supposed to do. They will tell you about 1,000 things. And then when the issue actually comes, we haven't been resourced or given the capacity to do it. So there's a problem with real, capacity building for the reception, processing, and the management of necessary vital information for countering extremism. We don't have it. That is why, for instance, I said that working with General Batabana and his folks to actually streamline, because when they started talking to us, we said, "Oh, we have them." Then he said, "Okay, so, when this happens, what do you do?" Then I realized that yes, we have them, but they haven't been properly capacitated to do that. So Abraham, we have the structures, but they need to be brought up to scratch. Otherwise, they will not function as they should. But the structures are there. They need, capacity building. So streamlining and the articulation of protocols for effective action.
Okay. We'll take the next batch of questions and contributions. And do we have any more, or all the questions have been answered? Okay. Father, please, let's start from here first, please. Our high table has one. Please, let's start from here, then I'll come, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the organizers for this kind of forum. It's very instructive. But I want to leave you some food for thought. There's a big elephant in this room that nobody has addressed. And there's a saying in French that plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more things change, the more they remain the same. It's like we have the same cake, but different dressings. But until we go into what the cake contains, we may be just beating about the bush. And it take, you see, General Batabana did a bit of this allusion to this colonial experience. But I want to say that, you see, since Don Diego da Zambuja and all those people lost their way to India looking for spices and found their way onto the coast of Africa, Africa has never been the same. From barter trade, which they found very slow, they decided that now they want to do slave trade. After slave trade, when there was this, then they went to colonialism. And so on and so forth to this day. Now, you see, we all had different experiences with the colonization. But there's one particular group of people who have been having difficulties with their colonial master. And this one was vividly exposed by this kind of situation where somebody, George Floyd in the US, had a policeman putting his knee on his neck. He couldn't breathe and he died. The whole world looked at it, but it's forgotten. But there is a group of people who have the knee of a former colonial master on their neck, and they cannot breathe. And when they decide to break out, then, like the French will say, cet animal est méchant, quand on l'attaque, il se défend. Like, this animal is wicked. When you attack it, it defends itself. I'm talking about this Sahelian problem. We cannot solve it well, until we are able to engage the colonial master. Because all this boils down to, people trying to break free, and others also taking advantage of the circumstances to also, under the prodding of certain powers, trying to also confuse the situation by raising counter forces to fight against the very freedom that they are all fighting for. So we need to address this issue. Otherwise, we will be skirting about the bush, and the problem will continue to fester and fester. So I think first of all, we need to be able to engage.
Okay.
France, I would have to be very specific about the way it is treating its colonies, and then also have a way of getting these junta leaders to also accept the fact that they cannot continue forever. They will have to find a way of accommodating the people, so that if there's a national conference that can bring together all the factions, including the so-called jihadists and so on, to have a conference so that at least that inclusiveness will help to at least assuage all the desires of jihadism and the separatism and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So I think this is one way of looking at it. So I'll leave it to as food for thought.
Thank you very much. We'll come to the gentleman in the pink shirt. Yes. If we make it as brief as possible, we can take as many as we can.
Thank you. My first question goes to Dr. Birikran. That is, how are the socioeconomic vulnerability that militant groups exploit, which you mentioned, few of them you were talking about, they form alliances, and then they also take advantage on land disputes, chieftaincy disputes, and then organized crime network. Now, how are early warning system tracking them? Okay. How are early warning system tracking them? And then the next one goes to Mr. Francis Puku. How is Ghana recalibrating its border security and intelligence strategies following the withdrawal of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger from ECOWAS? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll take another one. Yes.
From yesterday's interaction and today's, I've come to understand.
Your name, sir?
Christopher Vojogbe.
Father.
Okay, Father Christopher Vojogbe. Today, 32 years as a priest.
Congratulations.
Ingredients of good governance include flow of information, interaction with the people, accountability, and cultivating trust. Now, in a situation where in Ghana, sometimes the major political parties defend the indefensible, where can we get the trust? When investigations last for ages, so if a member of any of the security institutions acts wrongly, investigations are they are announced all right, but the outcome never published. If it involves a politically exposed person, the investigations gather dust. How can they build trust? So, my dear brothers and sisters, those who speak to those in authority, please carry this message. They must learn to build trust so that others do not infiltrate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Father.
Because of gender balance, I'm going to Jamila before I come back.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. I think he's introduced me. My name is Jamila. I work with BRAC. To add that Sahel Peace Initiative, I'm not new to it because I was with Catholic Relief Services, and to acknowledge the good work that the initiative has brought. Indeed, parts of the Ghana-Burkina Faso border, there's been very significant work from SPI that prevented a lot of conflicts in the past and ongoing. I wanted, I think from the reflections, I wanted to see if, what's their name, NCC, how involved they are in this process. I think I've been on this initiative. I have not seen how active they are on this initiative. And I think one of the things that we're taking forward is when we see something, we say something. In the past, NCC has played a critical role in educating us of our civic responsibilities and others. So to just get the NCC to play a very active role in this initiative. The other thing that I was also looking at is our collective responsibilities. So I think the churches, the mosque, the traditional authorities have a very, very strong role. When you look at, should I say, us as a people, our value systems have changed. We are more materialistic. We want money. And as we were saying, we were talking about how the lack of resources would push our security services to do. They are not the only people who are underpaid. There are many others. If you even see people that they extort money from, there are people that they are better off than. So it tells us that as a society, we've lost something and we need to get back to those roots. Like our preaching, our counseling, whatever we need to do, let's get back to who we are as a people. We were proud, we were very patriotic people who believed in earning small and doing, not earning small, but being proud of what you earn legally and making good use of it and believing that those are the blessings that have been given to you. So we need to get back as a society to just, should I say, bring back our values as a people while holding, I think the society is what brings the security services. The environment in which they grow up, if we all value affluence, we value material things, they are part of us. And that's the same thing that they will do. But if we begin to bring back our values, the patriotism, I think slowly, maybe the generations after us may be able to, come back as the Ghanaian.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamila, too. Mr. Kwesi Jonah.
Thank you so very much for the opportunity. I have listened very carefully to all the panelists, and one very, very vital question that remains unresolved is all of Ghana's neighbors, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Benin, have been hit by violent extremism. What are the main reasons why Ghana alone has remained unattacked for so many years? When I listen to the contributors, the panelists, I get two sets of binary answers. On the one hand, we have some of the panelists saying, oh, we have very moderate imams who preach against violent extremism. We have others say, oh, in this community, there's cohesion, intermarriages. We have institutions like chieftaincy, religious authorities for resolving conflicts, and so on and so forth. But the other side of the binary equation comes from, I think, Dr. Berekuran, who says, yes, all these things are true, but there are vulnerabilities. What are these vulnerabilities? Unemployment, chieftaincy conflicts, ethnic conflicts, and so on and so forth. The So two very binary answers. I think there's a middle way, a certain answer in between that nobody has talked about. And the literature has exposed me to a certain set of answers which I want to share just in case. It may be valuable by way of crafting a solution to the problem. And this is it. I will simply call this answer the utilitarian theory. It says simply that Ghana has not been attacked because Ghana is of particular utility value to the violent extremists. Ghana is the place where they sell their smuggled cattle. Ghana is a very good corridor for smuggling weapons, for smuggling fuel, for smuggling other logistics. So let us keep that country safe. Let us not attack that country. Let it remain the way it is. Now, it is very important in crafting a solution to take all the variables into consideration. I am not saying that those who say there are vulnerabilities are wrong. Neither am I saying that those who are saying, oh, we have strengths and so on and so forth. My simple and very humble proposal is people are saying that Ghana is of particular utility value to these violent extremists. That is why they have left it safe. Can we, in the process of crafting a solution, take all these relevant variables into consideration? Okay. That is my plea. I thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Tete Paddy. I'm from UNHCR. Mine is a very brief one, and it builds on what has already been said, the coordination. This initiative is special. I really admire it. I think that it's important that we coordinate all those activities that aim at addressing this challenge, that aim at preventing extreme terrorism that we are all afraid of, or we all want to avoid. My organization, for instance, UNHCR, is working with the coastal countries in what we call the Lome Initiative. And so all four coastal countries, Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Cote d'Ivoire, meet periodically, also trying to fashion out modalities and strategies to help stem the flow of extremism southwards. I've attended one of such meetings with General. I think that there should be a way of all these activities being coordinated so that we don't work in silos and not also waste the resources, as it were, so that we can share information and take part in all of us activities. Okay. It does not necessarily have to be in person. It can be online. It can be digital. But I think that we should all work together on this. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Paddy. We'll take the final two, and that's it.
Thank you very much. I am Eugene Tapegnu from National Development Planning Commission. Just want to say a very big thank you to the organizers of this forum, because you can never talk of development when there is no peace. But there is actually a clarification that I also want to know. I also happen to be from one of the border towns, Fielmont, and there were instances.
Where is that? Which region, please?
That is Upper West.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I want to know, it's good to have this, if you see something, say something. But is there any form of education to educate these communities in these areas how to respond in the case of terrorist activity striking there? Because I was just wondering, the time that there was that, plane landing somewhere in Paga, the way that people responded, the community members responded, was that the best way? If not, what should they have done? because I shivered when I heard that. And I was just wondering, what could have been in that plane? Afterwards, was there any education to these people subsequently how they should respond? Then there was also a study concerning drive. And I have been wondering whether it is a cross-national comparative study. We need to know these indicators that we are talking about, does it cut across these countries that are also engulfed in the problem? Other than that, we may be patting ourselves on the shoulders when we are just dealing with only Ghana. So it is important for us to see the indexes that we are talking about. When you go beyond Ghana, how do they also apply? And also to actually tell my church that the importance of this interreligious dialogue, sometimes it looks like it is underemphasized. Where I had my secondary education, also in the Upper West, through that approach, you could see me and a Muslim brother who are best friends. And in some of these instances, there is mutual acceptance, there is mutual respect. And they have what? The potential of minimizing conflicts. So I will also appeal to my church, please let us do more in that regard, especially in small communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take the very final one, CDD.
Thank you, MFM. My name is Sharon Willis-Brown Alcott from CDD Ghana. From yesterday, I don't think I have heard anything about the inclusion of a particular group of people in Ghana, and these are the full base, or the people we normally term as Fulani. Now, currently we are embarking on a project at CDD that has to do with social cohesion. And they happen to be one of our target groups. However, we go there, we go up north, and oftentimes they refuse to show up. It's always a no-show for them. Why? Because of the inhumane activities that are always meted out to them. Now, this project is important to us because it tackles the topic of violent extremism. And if they are always being sidelined, then definitely there's always going to be the aha moment when they are recruited by these jihadist groups or violent extremists. So with that said, I'm sure anyone from probably our NPC rep and father can speak on this. Is there any strategy that is being worked on to include the Fulbe leadership towards or being partners towards the fight against violent extremism? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. So about 8 questions and contributions have come up as we wrap up on the questions and the issues that have come up. So, Mr. Poku, there was a question for you on the border security and the fact that some countries have left ECOWAS and how Ghana is recalibrating. Yes, that was the word, amongst others. That was the question. Some countries, not Ghana, leaving ECOWAS.
Well, thank you very much. There are a number of related security matters that I wish to clarify. Question of coordination is entrenched in our constitution. The role of national security in protecting this country. And it's so important that it comes right from the presidency, who is the chairman of National Security Council. And in this council, every sensitive department is represented. We have the security agencies, the BNI, Research Department, Police, they are all members, Immigration. So, apart from that, we have cabinet ministers because they are for implementation of policies. And you see, national security threat is a very wide concept. Anywhere where we find a nation threatened, it's a national security issue. Because what a person involved in Galamsey is doing is what the terrorist is also doing. They are all killing. So for security assessment, the two are the same. So national security must identify all the possible threats. And that is why we have the National Security Council in section, I think, 83 of the Constitution. And then we've had a new security law to 2024. The last was amended when NIB was changed back to BNI. So there is a security law and coordination from the diplomatic service in response to the gentleman from the British High Commission. There are channels, there are liaison channels, there are agencies within the security that deal with the diplomatic service and other foreign agencies. So everything is constitutional, is legal, and when we are making assessment, we have what we call stakeholders. Who and who can contribute to national security. So it's not just the established agencies like Presidency, National Security Council, BNI. We have the various agencies, the civil societies. And those of you in civil societies, you realize that you've been interacting with the security agents because you all matter before we make security assessment. Members of the public are taken very, very seriously because it's from them that you can get your security reports. And when I was in charge of national security, my best friends were those who were very critical because they were offering free consultancy. There are issues they raise that the government may deny, but we go and find out what really the truth is. And believe it or not, they were my best consultants because they are truths that people don't believe, but they will lead you to actually what is happening. So national security assessments must take into consideration what the whole public is saying. You have that, we call it open sources, and they are legitimate. If Joy FM is making a program, there is a lot I can take from that program. Those who have worked in departments and are retired, they were a very fruitful source of information. They were involved in wrongdoing, but now that they are out, they will come and tell you what was happening. So please, it's a serious issue. It involves the life of the people.
Okay.
And we have to determine those threats facing the country and find meaningful way of addressing them. And when you have briefing of presidents and other stakeholders, national security is more critical than even what the public is saying, because we got the lives of people in our hands. So I think the key issues are addressed.
Yes, thank you.
The border areas, we have the district security councils, regional security council. They all meet to address the local challenges. And apart from that, we have national security initiatives who make the nationwide projections. And national security is also involved in all that is happening in these border areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Bikran, there were issues about socio-economic vulnerabilities and the fact that you talked about exploitation of land and chieftaincy disputes, amongst others. We're hoping you could touch a bit more on it, plus the early warning signs.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you so much for the questions and contributions. I'll just touch on the socio-economic vulnerability issues. I think there are different factors or reasons why conflicts arise and why we become vulnerable. And one of those that we talked about was the socio-economic vulnerability. And within General Timms, he's also an academic. For those of you, he tries to pretend as if he's not one of us. What Dr. Timms people will call the structural factors, and those ones involve all of us. They involve all of us. They involve the churches. They involve the mosques. they involve the governments, they involve civil society to ensure that people do not feel alienated, the inequalities, the social tensions, and those are all structural factors. Sometimes they are there, but they often do not necessarily lead to conflict until there might be triggers and tensions. And that's something that we need to look at. The structural motivators will be where General Tim's people will go and do exercise somewhere, and then they would clear 230 people and then put them all counter back. And, you know, after a few weeks, they release all of them back into society because they really haven't been able to pinpoint which ones are terrorists and which ones are just petty criminals or those who were just playing drafts amongst criminals, you know, and then those ones will lead to tensions in society and grievance, and then it causes problems in our society. And I think those are all factors that means that all of us need to work towards. And I know that sometimes we are quite critical of the security services, but it says that, you know, preventing something, nobody will know when you have prevented something. You know, we always see when there's trouble, but the preventive work, nobody sees. So I think, you know, Dr. Jonah, I certainly subscribe to the utilitarian theory that they need Ghana for something. They need a certain semblance of utility. My only issue with that is sometimes it takes away our agency. It means that they are the ones that are controlling, they are the ones that are in charge, and we are doing nothing, and they can sort of, like chess, play us. But then it removes the work that our traditional authorities, our churches are doing, our security institutions are doing to ensure that, for example, and, you know, earlier when the question came around a best pipe, you know, sometimes if you are, you know, a bloody civilian like me, as General Tim will refer to me, sometimes you are not able to connect the dots, you know, so maybe there's a best pipe here at Teshi, there's one at Treebleau, there's another best pipe at East Legon, there's another one, and once they receive all those reports, to me, it might be nothing, but if they are, because of their training, they are able to connect all the dots to determine that, okay, maybe there's something that is going on, there's someone that is trying to cause some form of dissatisfaction among society. So it's just going around cutting our pipes. And you know, we have open pipes. So anybody can just go and, you know, destroy them. So these are all things that matter. I just want to, I don't know whether these are our last words or you come back to us.
I think
and because we are within the sacred environment and His Grace, I would still come back to you and maybe also hit a little bit at you a little, still under your grace. You know, that I think the churches and the mosques are not doing enough when it comes to the socioeconomic issues. When a person enters our mosque and they enter our church, it's a contract. I think sometimes we look at the government and we say the social contract is between the citizens and the government. But once a person comes to our church, it's a contract and they come regularly. We give them communion. They come give offerings. They pay their tithes. It's a contract, and I think we are not doing enough. If sometimes, you know, there might be misplaced priorities. If the churches and the mosques, we are interested in building edifices that people will come and look at us as museums. Oh, wow, what a beautiful edifice. And people are sitting in these places and they are poor. I know sometimes, you know, there's this scripture that, you know, Christians, we tend to bandy around. The poor will always be with us. Even Jesus said that the poor will always be with us. You know, so it means we cannot do everything, right? But I think when it comes to the socioeconomic and the structural issues, there's so much that we are not doing. I think we need to do more. My ex-boyfriend, Sheikh, we need to do a lot more for the people that work He is my ex because he hasn't been looking for me. So that's why he's my ex.
In wrapping up.
So I'd like to end on that, and I think our security institutions are doing a lot of work under very constrained circumstances. And, we don't give them enough credit for the great work that they do in our country and in our region. Thank you.
Mr. Boja, there was the issue about trust.
Yes.
And yes. And
inclusion.
Yes. And then you wrap up as
Madam
well.
CDD, I think that for us, we have never had that problem of engaging any group of people. So maybe it's the contact. If you don't mind, we can share contact with you. In this, how do you call it? I won't say fight. In this program, there's a need for information sharing and also strategic partnership. Our regions have trusted people there who can easily bring them to a point that we can engage them. Or even they could facilitate any engagement or meeting that you want to have with them. So I don't think it should be a problem at all. From here, we can exchange numbers and then follow up with that. The other side of the work that we are doing, it is also a responsibility for everyone. Personally, I don't see this particular violent extremism work as for the security alone. No. How many are they? And can they be everywhere at the same time? No. So what I remembered when the Queen of England died, Elizabeth died, they interview an ex-security head, Honorable Francis is here, and the question the BBC put to him is that at that time there were a lot of skirmishes around, even in Europe and Africa and the Middle East. So they put a question to the ex-security head that is Britain or England safe to carry out the funeral? And say yes. Why? Because they have engaged a lot of the civilians and they have surveyed the civilians. They didn't say that they have surveyed the security agencies. They have surveyed the civilians and they know that it will be done without any problem. So it means that in any security issues, the ordinary citizen is number one, providing information, looking around, and there's this popular adage that the British old lady is like the CCTV of the community. And I think this is what we ourselves should undertake. I have a boy who, I don't know how he does it, knows everybody in the area and can tell you this is that. So we have to inculcate in ourselves, the civilians, that is beyond just seeing things as we see it. And I think that will help us. So everybody must be involved. The other side is that for Peace Council, we have focused more on resilience building and social cohesion. And that is what we do in the communities. Sheikh is here, can attest to it. We cannot use the force, we cannot use the guns. Ours is to engage the people, build community resilience against such things. And that is what we are doing. And so we do this by establishing what we call local peace committees. They are in the community beyond resolving petty issues. They are also serving as the early warning mechanisms. Whatever they see, they relate, and then we act on. I believe that sometimes I'll engage a general on certain issues. These are the people who give us the information. And oftentimes, I won't say they are 100% accurate, but they are mostly accurate. So we need to do that as a citizen, as civilians. Thank you very much.
Well, very Reverend, there was the issue also about, from the NDPC man on cohesion, the church to the church, reviving that, and then also your final words.
Well, I think that we cannot have enough cohesion. We can't have enough of it. We must be conscious about it. I think for far too long, we have had what I call cultural security or cultural cohesion because we live together. But we need to be a bit more intentional about it to become a choice we make. So Sharon, we've made a choice for the food base as well. We deal with them. In fact, the reason why you didn't see them here today is not because they were not invited or we didn't think about them. I tell you, if the money we had was big enough, we would have flown all of them. So we engaged them both at the event and the policy level. Maybe what we should be doing more is to collaborate with people like you and all those who deal with them, so that our efforts are not sort of scattered. So that once we put together our efforts and resources, we'll be able to make some more impact with them. For the rest, I'd say I am a better person today than I came in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Major General Matabana, we'll take a few words from you as well, because there were issues that came up, also the Fulani sidelining, amongst others, briefly.
Thank you. I think this issue about the see something, say something is not going away. And we are happy about that. It just means that you are concerned, and then we need to improve upon that. The only other aspect I was expecting is for somebody to give us an alternative. Let's bin see something, say something. But let's bring an alternative on board that will let our citizens contribute to their safety. Emma spoke about the social contract. Yes, the social contract exists. We have responsibilities as part of our civic life. The intelligence agencies, they do their best. Electronically, somebody was talking about how do we track people. We can't tell you all that we do in this short period. But we are very mindful of your rights, even though we track you. Of course, you need to be a person of interest before we waste our resources tracking. We don't have limitless resources. But where we have shortfalls and gaps, that's why we see, when you see those things, notify us. He also mentioned the issue about the old British lady as part of the chain for intelligence collection, which is very true. So see something, say something has helped us, and we have evidence to prove it. You were talking about, and then Emma also, about the issue of the aircraft. Very often, the sensational part, the media takes it. The follow-up parts, they are not too interested. If they had contacted the DISEC there, they got a written feedback, not a verbal feedback. They got a written feedback as far as that aircraft is concerned. That aircraft had been in Ghana since the Kufuor administration. And it is one of the, what do you call it, the act with one of the embassies out here. Whether the people did the right thing or not, we were talking about, let's be judgmental about the actions they took. Certainly, unlike the Francophone countries and other countries where security training for our youth is compulsory, for us, we have not chosen that. So you grow up the way you are, and if you're not too much exposed to some of the security issues, certainly we don't expect you to know what you have not been taught. That's why we have national service, a national service scheme in the military, for instance, in Ghana, since Achampon's time, 1975, when he brought it in. We've not been very consistent with it, but it's possible for us to discuss a bit more. I mean, the what do you call that? RME and those the curriculum of our kids in school. We could maybe find a way of including a bit of security lectures as far as that's concerned. But Apart from that one, we've been relying heavily on the cadet corps and things like that in the education sector. A lot more of work needs to be done. We just have to be patient with ourselves and incrementally add these things as we go along. I think on the 5th of August, we have a program, and we'll be discussing the, with the youth, a bit of these security issues. We're going again to Sunyani to meet the youth again on these issues, the people who are learning and who will be our better leaders tomorrow.
Okay.
On the issue of the full day, there is so much that's been done for the full day. The unfortunate thing about it is that they have a broken front. And that broken front is because of egoistic matters. Issues of pure greed. In actual fact, let me tell you, it's not necessary for me to, but I will. We gave them what in Ghana we call a tier rubber pickup. We gave them in February this year a tier rubber pickup. That tells you how interested this state is showing in the welfare of the full day. And if you give them a pickup, naturally it means you provide the pickup cannot run on air. Yes, but how they meet you halfway is the issue. The infighting, once they've seen, so these are issues that we have as humans. We have to continue, I was talking to Father. You know, the Fulbe are an endangered species in many West African countries. They aren't and will not be an endangered group in Ghana. It's expensive for us to keep them at bay. It consumes so much of our resources. But we are determined not to push them back in a way that many people wish, so that to be slaughtered. If we push them back, they'll be slaughtered. Is that what you want? Let me have an answer.
No. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again to our panel members and our keynote speaker. Maybe we'll just take a quick photograph for the panelists. Mr. General, please join. Sorry, you want to say something again? Oh, we've wrapped up. Really? Oh, okay. So while you're taking the picture, then you'll be talking. Please. Yes, yes.
Your Grace, he said he wants to say a few things.
Merci. Alors, Monseigneur, si vous... Ah, il va transmettre, traduire pour moi, s'il vous plaît. Alors, n'ayant pas très bien compris ce que le général a dit, je veux peut-être apporter un correctif. Peut-être que mon message n'a pas été très bien compris.
Okay, I just want to add something due to the fact that I have not really understood what General Major has said.
Alors, le propos était au sujet de ceux qui traversent la frontière et qui viennent. L'idée de pas de les repousser, de les renvoyer, mais de prendre en compte le fait que parmi ceux qui se déplacent, il se pourrait qu'il y ait des personnes malveillantes qui puissent s'infiltrer. Alors, on a beaucoup de Peuls qui sont des amis et bien évidemment, il faut accueillir tout le monde et l'alerte concerne donc ces personnes qui peuvent se glisser parmi les déplacés et qui peuvent faire du mal. Sinon, il n'y a aucune ethnie ou aucun groupe culturel à exclure. C'est juste la vigilance qui est de mise pour que parmi ces groupes-là ne figurent pas des gens qui peuvent nuire.
My message is on the idea that has been developed on the fact that those who are fleeing where the crisis has from Burkina, where is the problem to cross the border? The fact that we welcome them and we don't need to refuse them. We just need to be aware that in those who are welcoming, there may be some others that are not with goodwill. So we must be cautious and be aware that it may be a problem there. So that was the message that was shared with the general.
Oh, okay. So it's a message of caution that even though we don't want to push them away, we should ensure that some of them may not be who they say they are. Okay, all right. I'm sure that's just a caution, it's an advice. Okay, thank you. So at this point, I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Richard N. Akrugu, the SPI National Coordinator, to give us a summary of key resolutions and then his closing remarks.
Thank you, MFA. Thank you once again. So I will give the key takeaways and Father Mike will do the closing remarks. So for those of you who were with us 2 years ago at the International Conference Center, I'm not about to repeat the mistake I made there. General, if you remember, I brought you a document to sign. Yes, I'm not about to repeat that. So before I read this out, I would like to appreciate the team that put this together. We have Madam Shirley, who used to be the Director of IT at Parliament and currently is assisting us. Please can you, okay. Shirley Fiagome. Thank you. And also Mr. Dennis Apias Asraku, who is the coordinator for National Laity Council. So the resolutions they put together can be put into 4 teams. The first is on community-based early warning. The second team is on systems and institutions. The third, faith-based and interfaith action. And the final is governance and regional strategy. And at the first team, we have 3 key takeaways here. The first is recognize informal channels as formal early warning. And here they captured reporting to a chief, imam, pastor, landlord, or neighbor should count as legitimate early warning. Not only calls to police should be. The second is relaunch, see something, say something, and this time with more awareness creation around it. The third is on building accountability into hotline and reporting systems. The second theme on systems and institutions, we have 2 points here. The first one is scale the drive index nationwide by expanding the pilot beyond the current 12 districts, prioritizing areas showing community-identified warning signs, stranger arrivals, weapons and motorbike smuggling, and youth disappearance. The second under this theme is strengthen, don't duplicate security governance. by addressing the neglect of frontline and border security personnel directly. Under-resourced staff are more vulnerable to corruption. The third theme, faith-based and interfaith action. We have 2 points here. The first is formalize faith-based early warning structures. And an example is given that we could document and resource the Fusion Center and the Bishop's liaison model and then extend it to other faith leaderships. The second here is on moving interfaith cooperation from dialogue to joint execution. The fourth theme, governance and regional strategy. Here too we have 2 points. The first, match security intelligence with responsive governance. And that intelligence alone is not preparedness. It must be paired with genuine executive responsiveness to public grievance. The second and final point is anchor local action in Ghana's regional reality. That Ghana's peace is sub-regional peace and vice versa. So we should continue strengthening the Accra Initiative and ECOWAS cooperation while treating open question areas such as the AES-ECOWAS relations. So thank you. This is what the rapporteuring team captured. MC, I don't know whether you want to open this for another discussion or it is, okay. Then on that note, my work is done and I hand over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now we invite Reverend Father Mike Kweku to give us the closing address.
Thank you. My father was a very interesting personality. On one hand, he was quite stern, and I think it was partly because of his training as a prison officer, but also because of his own personality. And yet, he was quite funny. He was very funny in many ways. It was only when he died that as his children, we appreciated him in this mixture of his sternness and his funny side. One day he said something very funny. And if it was because he and my mother were fighting, I would have understood it. But it was out of nowhere. And my father said, "It is only after you have married a quarrelsome woman that you would understand why the bathroom is called restroom." I didn't understand it then, but now when I talk to some of my brothers, they tell us that when your wife is causing you trouble and all of that, sometimes the best place is just to go to the bathroom and stay there. We as a country or as a continent or sub-region don't have the luxury of a place that we call a restroom. That if we have any quarrel happening in our country, we can go and rest and then come back. So it means that we have to make the bathroom a restroom. Make Ghana a place where we can rest. Make the sub-region a place that we can rest, that we wouldn't need to travel anywhere. We have talked about preparedness. And I think that ultimately preparedness is not about predicting disasters, even though it is part of it. Or it is not merely about preventing conflict, even though it is part of it. This is what I think, and I hope that we live with this. That preparedness in relation to the risks of violent extremism ultimately is about forming communities. It is about forming people. It is about forming hearts. Hearts which are large enough to care not only about themselves, but about everybody else. To form people and communities whose visions are long enough to see beyond the short term, whose horizons are clear enough to be able to see what their own good is, which is linked to the good of everybody else. But it must also ultimately be that we form a people who understand that they are because we are. Ubuntu, I am because we are. Permit me therefore to thank all of you for your time, for your presence, for your insight, for your patience, but above all, for your resolve to go back in your own way to make sure that our security is your security, that your security is our security. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all.
Thank you so much. And also to our partners, we thank you. At this point, I'd like to invite Reverend Father Clement Ejay, Secretary General, the NCS, to give us a benediction.
Please kindly let us be on our feet. So we pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. God the Father, we thank you for giving us this occasion to speak about peace. We thank you for the life that you've given to all of us to be here. We thank you for our contributors, the participants, and especially the main speakers. Peace was your wish for the world, and it still remains the wish for the world. That is why after your resurrection, anytime you met the apostles, you speak to them about peace. You wish them peace, shalom. You are the Prince of Peace. Without you, there is nothing we can do. We are doing our responsibilities. We are doing what you expect us to do. We pray that as the church has taken this responsibility to contribute to the peace in our sub-region, peace in Ghana, peace in our homes, continue to grant us our wish and grant us the strength to be able to do this work which we started about 7 years ago without you. The church went around the whole world preaching this peace with the security agencies. Let the collaboration be great, especially with the other religious organizations like Islam. They also believe in your peace. We thank you for this day. We thank you for what we've done so far. As we leave this place, be with us so that we reach our destination safely and sound. We ask all this through your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns within the unity of the Holy Spirit, God, forever and ever.
As Gabriel, I am Jibril in the Quran. As Anoche, I'm a traditional priest. So I'm blessing you in the name of 3 religions. Almighty God bless you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you. So on behalf of the Catholic Bishops' Conference, the Governance, Justice and Peace Directorate, and the Sahel Peace Initiative, Catholic Relief Services, the Konrad Adenauer Think Tank, we thank you all for being a part of the SPI National Forum 2026. Lunch is served. And to my colleague journalists, please, there's a special arrangement for you, so please stay in the room. Thank you so much. Until we meet again next year for another forum, we say adios.
I'm waiting for